Naruto. Prologue. The ground roared as if 100 earthquakes had struck in unison. No matter how hard Irika tried, he couldn't come to his feet. He would just toss back and forth, rising up in the air and then crashing down on his head or his butt. Sink Ahei couldn't stand, he crawled instead. His village was in trouble, and his parents were on the battlefield. He had to make it to them no matter what. After he crawled on his bruised and scraped hands and knees for a bit of time, the shaking mostly ceased suddenly. What remained in its place was light rumbling that didn't hinder his ability to walk. He bolted forward, but before he could get far, the ground suddenly broke apart and exploded in front of him, sending him flying back at incredible speed. When he landed, the wind was effectively knocked out of him, and he gasped and coughed for a little bit. He intended to keep going, but before he could, a large, calloused hand gripped his neck. He grabbed a kunai, but before he could turn, his wrist halted in an instant. A man spoke to him, and when he did, Irika immediately stopped shaking. "Calm down, Yumino," he said. The man released him, and Irika spun around. "Ibiki-sensei!" Irika exclaimed. "What's going on here?" "Our village is under attack. You need to head to the underground bunkers with the rest of the children." "I can't. My parents are still fighting out there. I have to go to them now." "No way. I'm not allowing that," Ibiki said. "They'd never forgive me if I let anything happen to you." Ibiki had a bulky, gruff face and wore a black bandana on his head, the threads of which dangled to his neck and fluttered violently in the wind. "Shut up," Irika shouted. He pushed Ibiki away, turned, and began a sprint, but Ibiki grabbed his arm, pulled him towards him, lifted him up, and flung him over his shoulder. "You stupid kid," Ibiki said solemnly. "I'm sorry." Ibiki bolted from the battlefield, Irika's face drenched with tears. They poured into his eyes and stung like needles. He screamed and wailed as loud as he could, until his voice eventually stopped. No matter how much pain he was in, he couldn't close his eyes, and he couldn't give up consciousness. He just looked forward as trees continued to pass, and they strayed further away from where his parents were at. Before long, they stopped. Ibiki placed him on his feet, but they gave out beneath him, and he crashed to the ground. He looked around. There were other kids that looked to be about his age, standing in long, double-file lines. One of them, a girl, ran up to Irika and Ibiki. Ibiki knelt before them, placing a hand on both of their shoulders. "I'm glad you're all okay," he said. "What's happening, Ibiki-sensei?" the girl asked. "It's hard to explain, Anko. All I can tell you right now is that our village is in danger, and I need all of you to listen to your instructors and get to safety." "Will you go find my mom and dad?" Irika blurted out. "I can't give them special focus, Irika," he said. "You'll understand when you're older." "But—" "Come on, Irika, let's get in line," Anko said, grabbing his hand. But he pulled away. He tried rushing back from where they came, but Ibiki stepped in his way, and Anko grabbed his arm, even tighter this time, with both hands and yanked him back. "It's too dangerous," she exclaimed. "I can't abandon them," he said, the tears welling up again. Before he could get another word out, she struck him and his head flung to the side. Anko gripped the collar of his shirt. When he looked back at her, her lips were wrinkled and the grooves of her eyes were suddenly filled with tears as well. Before they could fall, she wiped them away. Discover more. Fan fiction writing. Books. Community forum software. Stop being selfish. My parents are fighting too, but what use do you think we'd be to them? If they die, then we die too. Irika stared at her for a moment. She let go of him, and he fell backward. Wiping tears from his face, they scraped across his calloused eyes. He sniffled. His nose pulsed with ache. Goosebumps prickled him from head to toe. His hands trembled, and his heart throbbed like thunder. "I am sorry. I just—" Anko knelt before him and gripped his shoulders. "We can't do anything here. Let's leave this to the adults." After another moment of hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. Anko was always more mature than him, more able to control her emotions. Funnily enough, she was normally one to misbehave and disobey the teachers much more than him. If she insisted that they do as they're told, then there was nothing that he could do. "Minato, we need to go," Kushina exclaimed. The crimson-haired woman held her belly, her lips curled and eyes wincing. I was meeting with Lord Third," he said. "Him and a bunch of Umbu are gathered around the spot to protect you while you give birth. I hate that we have to go through this much trouble just to deliver one child. It makes me feel bad. Don't worry about it. Everyone involved is happy to give their life for you. I just don't like it. If I weren't pregnant, I wouldn't need this kind of protection." Minato wrapped his arm around hers, threw up the sign of confirmation, and before they knew it, they instantly appeared in a different room, one that had about a dozen Umbu, who were wearing black or gray robes and masks on their faces that had designs of various animals. Along with them were several doctors wearing white uniforms and white face masks and white gloves gathered around a bed. In addition was an older woman with brown hair tied in a ponytail and the same mask and golvos as the doctors. This was Biwako Sarutobi, the wife of Lord Third. Despite the Third being retired, Biwako was still active in Konoha politics. Minato valued her counsel greatly, and this day she would be serving as the midwife for Kushina's labor. "Lady Biwako," Minato said, bowing, "thank you for today. We really appreciate it." "Never mind that now," Biwako said sternly as she helped Kushina onto the bed. She took the strap out of her long, tomato hair. As she lay on the bed, her hair crinkled and sprawled out in every direction. Kushina kept holding her large, round belly as Minato knelt by the bed. "Have you placed your kunai around the village like you said you would?" Biwako asked. "Yes. Word shouldn't have gotten out of the village of Kushina's pregnancy, but if it did, I'll be able to teleport to every major location." Before anyone could continue speaking, Kushina unleashed an ear-piercing scream. Biwako slid her pants off, and the Umbu knelt and wove some hand signs to strengthen the seal, keeping the nine tails inside of her during their child's birth. Kushina was the Jinchuriki of a nine-tailed fox, a beast with such ferocious power and rage it could destroy the village if it was unleashed. The seal becomes weakened female, Jinchuriki undergo childbirth. If it came out, not only would Kushina die, but Minato wasn't confident that he could defeat it. Most likely nobody could with Lord First long dead. They had to prevent that outcome at all cost. The birth lasted 30 hours. He expected it to last longer than most births because of their efforts to keep the nine tails in place. As they continued, so did Kushina's agonizing screams. They echoed through the room. It was almost the only sound that filled Minato's ears, aside from the occasional /strong, stern words of encouragement from Biwako. Minato stroked Kushina's forehead and strung his fingers through her silky hair repeatedly. He couldn't take his eyes off of her most of the time, aside from a few brief instances of him looking at Biwako and the Umbu, but his gaze always darted back to his beloved wife in a hurry. While she was screaming, she also peered at him, attempting a smile, but it was crooked and faltered constantly. He also heard that childbirth for female Jinchuriki is more painful than most other women, but he didn't know why. Perhaps it was the nine tails fighting to get out due to the weakened seal. This affirmed to him that Kushina was the strongest person he'd ever known, because despite how much pain she must be in, while she was screaming, it wasn't so much that she lost her voice or anything. He'd never been more proud of her. He used a finger to wipe tears from her eyes. Her forehead was warm and sweaty. Kushina's screaming suddenly got louder and more painful. She hung her mouth open and her head titled slightly back. Minato's heart raced intensely with anxiety. He looked to Biwako. "What's happening?" One of the Umbu answered with a thick, gruff voice. "The seal is continuing to weaken. We can't keep it up much longer." "Is it the nine tails itself, or—" "We don't know, Lord Fourth," another Umbu answered, his voice lighter than the previous. "But something is intervening, or someone." "Then it's time to finish this quickly," Biwako said, grabbing a scalpel. This is going to hurt Kushina, but I have to cut in to finish removing the baby. Discover more. Online discussion forum. Creative writing prompts. Fiction books online. She commenced, and Kushina's screams instantly became even more intense, so much that her voice cracked multiple times. Minato wrapped his hand around Kushina's and kissed her forehead gently. Minato lost track of time. It seemed like hours, but they eventually retrieved their child from Kushina's body. As Bawako began sewing Kushina back up, one of the doctors wiped the blood off of their child, then handed him to Kushina. For a bit, Kushina's breathing was heavy, but over time they managed to slow to the point she could speak. "I'm glad you're finally here, my little Naruto," she said. "Do you realize how much we struggled to bring you into this world?" Minato said with a smirk. Naruto was so tiny he might be able to fit between both of Minato's hands, and had very little hair, which appeared dirty blonde. He was wailing, and Kushina's face flooded with tears as she pressed him against her cheek. "The birth was a success, and she will heal," Biwako said, "but she'll have to remain here for a while." Before Minato could respond, all of the Umbu dropped one after the other, blood splattering from their bodies. Minato reached for a kunai, but his wrist pressed and twisted, and someone pressed one up against his back, in the same moment that several kunai struck Biwako's back and she fell to the ground. She tried to remain conscious, reaching her hand up to the bed, but it wasn't long before it went limp. "I'm afraid neither of you will be leaving this room alive, Lord Forth." The intruder's voice was deep and ominous. Kushina stared at the man behind him, a terrified expression washing her face. Minato remained motionless, trying to figure out how to attack. At least there seemed to be no weapons aimed at Kushina and Naruto, so protecting them be easy enough, but if he died here, they wouldn't be far behind. He grabbed the kunai from his waist with his free hand, and in the blink of an eye spun around, aiming it for the man's head. It did connect, but the man's body rippled, and his kunai and hand melted through his skull. Once he reached the other side, the man's body became normal again, and he flipped over Minato and Kushina, grabbing Naruto as soon as he landed, and then leaped away, holding a kunai to the infant's throat. "Bastard! Give him back! He didn't do anything!" Minato exclaimed. "Sorry, Fourth Hokage, but I need leverage." "Leverage for what?" "To commence the destruction of this village." Minato threw a kunai at the man, who wore a mask with alternating yellow and black stripes that completely covered his face and only had 2 eye holes poked into it. When the kunai reached the back of the man, Minato instantly appeared behind it. But before he could attack him, the man appeared over by Kushina. "Sorry, Fourth Hokage, but my ability is the perfect counter for yours," he said. He grabbed Kushina and held his arm around her neck, holding Naruto in his other arm. Then something shocking happened. One of the man's eyes glowed crimson with a Sharingan, the Kekki-eye Genkai of the Uchiha clan. Then a vortex swirled around the man and his captives, and within a matter of seconds they vanished. The worst-case scenario was almost here. Before he could give chase, another man entered the room with body flicker, the shinobi's high-speed movement technique. It was the 3rd Hokage, retired, but still prepared to give his life for the village. He wore a black, skin-tight jumpsuit, gray shoulder armors, a gauntlet on his right arm, a leaf forehead protector bandana underneath it, and a back and gray armored hood on his head. "Thank goodness, now I don't have to hunt you down. Kushina has been kidnapped, along with our child." "What? Who is it?" "I don't know. That's what I intend to find out. In the meantime, I'm going to leave you in charge of the Leaf's forces. They'll trust you. Please rally them immediately, just in case the worst comes to pass." "Very well," he replied with a gruff voice as he stood up. His eyes lingered over to Biwako's corpse, and he gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry, Lord Third. We should have got an actual ninja to fill this role." "No, she was the best midwife in the entire village, and 12 Umbu were slaughtered by whoever did this. Aside from you and me, almost no ninja in the village would have fared any better." "What happened?" Kushina's eyes were heavy and her entire body rumbled with insurmountable agony. So much pain rippled through her pores like a tidal wave, like needles stabbing every inch of her body simultaneously. When she was finally able to open her eyes, the masked man was before her. She looked around. Kushina stood atop a rock with her arms held wide and restrained to either side by chains that had chakra surging through them. They were attached to trees on both sides a good distance away from her position. They must have been in the hidden leaf forest's sacred grove. That was pretty far away from the village. Since Minato had not yet arrived, that told her this man's teleportation power must have been on par with her husband's, or even slightly better, which was a terrifying prospect. Discover more. Forum et Chaprovideur. Creative writing tools. Comic fan fiction. I see you're finally with us again. That's good, the man said. His mere voice made her body quake. What do you want? Kushina asked, taking a huge breath after the first word. I'm going to extract the 9 tails from you and crush the leaf. No, you can't. It was how nonchalant he was as he said it. Did he understand how many lives would be lost if his plan succeeded? Also, it wouldn't just be the leaf. Once the 9 tails was done with this village, it would move on to others. Nobody would be safe. Minato's teleportation jutsu allows him to move instantly between locations that are marked with jutsu formulas. Those markings are incorporated in this sealing formula. That way Minato can protect you at all times. But he's far away now. How does he know all of this? Who is this man? He has knowledge that nobody aside from a select few should possess. Myself, Minato, Lord Third, Obito, the Elders. Who are you? He ignored her question. The 9-tail seal has been weakened due to childbirth. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment? In any normal situation, she'd be able to break free from these chains easily, no matter how much chakra was infused with them. But whether it's because of childbirth, the 9 tails struggling inside of her, or both, as he was far too weak to do anything. Even though she just gave birth, her belly was still heavy. In fact, it was heavier than it's ever been, despite being thin and sunken in like a smashed pumpkin. She closed her eyes and immediately saw the 9 tails. It was a massive red fox strapped to a flaming magma boulder in the sky with gigantic chains. An insurmountable amount of hate and venom radiated from its gaze. It growled intensely, but was unable to roar or speak as a chain also held its mouth shut. It's you. He spoke, but his mouth didn't move. Instead, it's as if his voice was being projected into her mind. But he also wasn't talking to her. He was talking to the masked man. Then the pupil of the 9 tails' eyes changed and morphed into a Sharingan, the Kekkei Jinkai of the Uchiha clan. Most of the eye was pure crimson, with a small black pupil and 3 black tomo surrounding the pupil. There was only one man this could be. She was certain of it. But he died more than 100 years ago. It was impossible. But who else could have not only infiltrated the Leaf Village without detection and been so confident that he could control the 9 tails? Suddenly, the chains holding the 9 tails in place melted and he effortlessly flung them off. Once the one over his mouth was gone, he let out an enormous, earth-shattering growl the likes of which would terrify most people to death instantly. A vortex opened on Kushina's stomach, forcing her to extend it forward. She hung her mouth open, the pain somehow becoming even greater than before. The masked man held up the sign of confirmation. Now, come on out. 9 tails. Her vision was getting blurry, but she could still clearly see a wave of red energy erupt from her stomach. It felt like she was being torn in half as the 9 tails was extracted. The mass of chakra that was pulled from her body instantly took a physical form and crashed to the ground, causing tremors and quakes for probably miles. Now that you're free, let's go to the Leaf Village, the masked man said as he turned around and began walking away. Kushina was suddenly released by the chains, as well as 9 tails chakra, and she fell forward and collapsed on the rock. The pain hadn't subsided in the slightest, but she still raised her head slightly, a few strands of hair blocking her vision. "Wait, don't go, you devil," she stuttered out, her voice low. The masked man stopped. "You Uzumaki really or something else? You don't die immediately when the tailed beast is extracted from your body like anybody else would." He looked back to her, then up to the nine tails, which was also peering at her. Hate was embedded in its soul, hate for the body that held it captive for nearly 20 years. "You were the host keeping the nine tails prisoner. It seems only fitting for you to die by its hands." The nine tails was so tall it seemed like it could touch the sky. It raised up one of its massive, clawed paws, hovered it over Kushina, and with one swift motion crashed down, destroying the rock she was on top of. She closed her eyes the moment before it hit. She thought she was done for, but realizing she was still breathing, she opened her eyes again and saw Minato. She was being cradled in his arms, not far from where she was laying a mere moment ago. "You really are quick as a flash, but you're too late." "Minato, that man is with the nine tails. They're heading for the village. Stop them, please," Kushina said, her voice and breath labored. Minato looked back at the masked man for a moment, then at her again, his face holding a twisted frown. He used body flicker to take her elsewhere, a place where a bunch of other ninja was at. One of them was Lord Third, who walked up to Minato. "Lord Fourth, what happened to her?" he exclaimed. "The worst has happened, Lord Third," Minato lamented. "The Nine Tails is free." "Damn it. Get her some medics immediately. She's an Uzumaki. She may be able to survive if she's treated right away. And prepare to fight the beast. I'll deal with the man who did this to her. Understand?" "Of course," he said. Then in a much louder, more commanding voice, "You heard your Hokage. Prepare for battle. We must stop the nine-tailed fox before it reaches the village." Minato placed Kushina gently on the ground, and she was retrieved by several Umbu who dragged her over to a nearby building. "Is this the best that can be done for her medical accommodations right now?" Minato asked. "I'm afraid so. These particular Umbu are medics, so they'll do the best they can." "Minato, don't go. Take me with you," Kushina pleaded. He knelt before her and stroked her cheek with his fingers, smiling. "Don't worry, dear. I won't be gone long. Just be patient and wait for me." She wanted to scream, to smack him upside the head, but instead she smiled. It wasn't a fake smile either, but genuine. This kindness and self-sacrificing nature of his. It's why she fell in love with him in the first place. "Please don't die, honey. I need you, and so will our child." "Nah, he'll be fine with you. You'll be a great mother," Minato said. "But I still don't plan on dying today." Minato arrived where the masked man was instantly using his flying Raijin Kunai at the memorial stone, but the Nine Tails wasn't there. Instead, as he gazed at the horizon, he could see it stomping its way towards the village in the distance. He reached into the gray pouch attached to the back of his waist and pulled out another kunai. Meanwhile, the masked man just stood there. Chains were wrapped around his wrists, and he was holding them in his hands. "You're too late, Fourth Hokage. The Nine Tails is already heading for the Leaf Village. I came here so I don't get caught in the fallout. I'm not worried about the village. It's well protected against the strongest creature ever seen in this world." "Correct. The first thing I'm going to do is deal with you. Then I'll go help. If you think you can, then go right ahead. But I assure you I won't be that easy to defeat. I can tell. I haven't even fought you for that long yet. And I can already sense that you're the strongest opponent I've ever faced off with. You wouldn't happen to be Mara Uchiha, would you?" The masked man squinted. "How perceptive of you, Fourth Hokage. It's the only thing it could be. Out of all Uchiha, he is the only one who's noted in the history books for being able to control the nine-tailed fox. Plus, he was one of the founders of the village around 150 years ago, so he might be able to sneak in without detection." "Sneak is such a generous phrase. There was barely any security at all," he said with a laugh. "But yes, I'm Madara Uchiha, and I've come back to finish what I started over a century ago. Answer this one question. How are you alive? You were killed by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju so long ago. There's many secrets in this world that you are unaware of, Minato Namikaze. Like, for example, you're shocked right now as to how I know your name, aren't you? He was right. Minato never told him his name. So how? He's never met Madara Uchiha. He died long before Minato was born. The more this man explains to him, the less actually makes sense. He thought about speaking again, but instead tossed a kunai in Madara's direction, deliberately missing him. Once it passed him, he teleported to it, and with another kunai, slashed at Madara. Just like last time, his body rippled, and Minato's kunai and hand phased right through. Minato landed on the other side of the masked man, who was unscathed by the attack. It was likely his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, but it was a strange one. Earlier he said this was the perfect counter for Minato's own Flying Thunder God, but Minato was skeptical that this was true. It seemed like he needed some wind-up to use the ability. And if that was true, it probably needed a cool-down period as well. He just had to find it. He tossed 3 kunai consecutively, the next behind the previous, almost blending in the visage of the one ahead of it. Each one of them went through Madara's head once again. It was in this moment that Madara began his attack. He bolted towards Minato and lunged his chain at him. It wrapped tightly around Minato's arm and squeezed. Pain cracked through his arm and hand as Madara began weaving a hand sign. Minato tossed a kunai high into the air, so high that it was barely visible anymore, and teleported to it. His arm was removed from the chain, and that part of the chain fell to the ground as Madara looked up at him. Minato wished he could see his facial expressions. It's hard to gauge how shocked he is with that mask on his face. He extended out the arm that was once trapped and formed a swirling mass of sky blue chakra in it. It expanded rapidly until it was twice the size of his hand's palm. Minato tossed the kunai down by Madara, which he teleported to, then shoved the technique he just formed at him. Once again, the attack phased through his body. But as he reached the other side, his hand suddenly rubbed against Madara's clothing. Minato's jutsu disappeared. He spun around and launched a kick at his chest. Madara caught it with both hands cupped together, but he was still launched away. He grunted as he landed and was forced to one knee. He finally understood. There is a time limit for his ability. He can only be intangible for a certain length of time, and then he has to remain tangible, probably for the same amount of time. And while he hasn't figured out the exact duration yet, he should be able to time his attacks properly by paying attention to his movements. If he's trying to get away or starts to fight defensively, that's his cue. This was his chance. He was still skeptical that this was really Madara Uchiha, but at this point it didn't matter who he really was. Either way, he was a dangerous man. His teleportation jutsu was almost on par with Minato's. He could control the 9 tails, and he had some dangerous ideology. If he didn't settle this in this exact moment, they'd have even bigger problems than the 9 tails. If he transported himself to the village, he'd come to the battlefield with him. It'd be chaos. If he's really Madara, or anything like him, then he couldn't keep the 9 tails under the summoning jutsu for too long. He had to entrust the village to Lord Third and take this guy down right here, right now. He threw a kunai at Madara again and teleported close to him. Before Madara could react, Minato slapped his back. Then they leaped away from each other. As soon as he stopped, Madara said, "It seems you've discovered the secret behind my jutsu. You're very intelligent. But no matter. Now that I've freed the 9 tails, there's no longer any hope for any of you." Madara and Minato darted at each other once again. Minato tossed a kunai at him, which phased through his head. He was moving so fast that Madara appeared to be in slow motion. Madara reached for him with no hesitation, as if he had pure, unshakable confidence in his victory. But then Minato shifted behind him, formed the same jutsu as before, just as big as the last one, and crashed it down on top of Madara. He pressed down on him relentlessly, and the ground around them busted apart, debris scattering in every direction. Madara yelped and growled with agony. He kept on him for several minutes. Eventually, his jutsu disappeared, and Minato landed on his feet, and leaped away from him. Madara scraped to his feet. His clothes were slightly tattered and ripped, and his mask chipped in a few places, but not enough to see his actual face by any significant amount. Your reputation truly does precede you, fourth Hokage. In a matter of moments, you deduced the weakness of my ability and exploited it while fighting me, Madara said. I'll admit that I underestimated you, but my ultimate goal wasn't to defeat you. It was to hold you off until the Nine Tails could do its job. I'm sure enough time has passed. I'm not letting you leave just yet, Minato exclaimed. He teleported to Madara again and slapped his hand on his chest. With his other hand, he speedily weaved several hand signs. Suddenly a seal appeared on Madara's stomach. After a moment, he released Madara and leaped back once again. There, the Nine Tails is no longer under your control. What? How? Madara exclaimed. Interesting. You're just full of surprises, aren't you? That's an Uzumaki clan technique. It helps to be married to an Uzumaki, he said with a smirk. Indeed. But how long can this strength and virtue save yourself and your village, I wonder? I hope we get to meet again soon, Minato Namikaze. Madara's body rippled, and he disappeared inside of a spiral warp once again. He hated letting the whole reason they were in this mess go, but he couldn't worry about that for now. It was more important to save the village from the Nine Tails. Once this disaster was over, he could discuss with Lord Third and the village elders about hunting down Madara Uchiha, or whoever he really was. Hiruzen hadn't felt this kind of intensity since the Third Great Ninja War. Since that war ended, the village had been mostly peaceful, especially for him considering that he stepped down as Hokage. He remained mostly retired for nearly a decade. But that doesn't mean he's gone soft. He'll fight to the end to defend his village, no matter what it takes. The will of fire would be his guide, and in victory or death, it would not burn out until the very last moment. Hiruzen made his way to the village center. He checked in with several of his war chiefs who were preparing for the inevitable battle. The first was Shikaka Nara, unarguably the smartest tactician in the entire Leaf Village. Including him, there was at least 5 dozen members of the Nara clan who would try to use their shadow possession technique to restrain the beast. Even Hiruzen, with all his confidence, wasn't sure they could pull it off, but it was the best option they had. The plan was to strike the Nine Tails all at once with all of their forces. He also spoke to Tsum Inuzuka, the head of the Inuzuka clan, and Chojin Akimichi, the head of the Akimichi clan. Their clans were the strongest fighting force in the Leaf Village in terms of raw power, and their skills would be invaluable in their assault on the demon. Some told him there were 40 Inzukua ready to fight. Them and their dogs could spin like tornadoes and break through nearly any opposing force or barrier. The Akimichi, on the other hand, only had 5, but each one, using their ability to grow gigantic, could possess the strength of at least 1,000 normal men, if not more. Shibi Aburame, Hayashi Hyuga, and Inoichi Yamanaka brought their clans mainly for support, gathering from across the battleground, but also, in the case of the Aburame, adding ever so slightly enhanced physical force with their parasitic insects. Hiruzen held out his hand, and in a puff of smoke erupted. Out of it came a long, thick black staff, which he gripped tightly. He twirled it in the air for a bit, before crashing it down on the ground beside him. And then, the ground trembled, the likes of which he'd never experienced before. Like 100 earthquakes simultaneously hit, like the end of the world had finally come. And it wasn't long before he appeared. The nine-tailed fox. He towered in the sky, although from Hiruzen's vantage, he was almost able to make eye contact with it. Hiruzen grimaced when he saw the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan in its eyes. Did that mean that the Uchiha was behind this? Is Fugaku the one controlling the Nine Tails? Is this a coup? And more importantly, does Minato know about it? The fourth said that he was fighting the man responsible. And speaking of which, where are the Uchiha anyway? Hiruzen traveled around the entire battlefield, checking all the forces, and none of them wore the Uchiha's unique, trademark clothing. Standing on the battlefield with Hiruzen were what seemed like thousands of ally ninja. They were both men and women, They were from various different clans, and they had a wide range of ages, but they all shared one thing in common. They were leaf ninja, they shared a home, and all of their loved ones' lives were at stake. That one fact made any differences irrelevant for at least this one moment. "He's here," Hiruzen shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was gruff, gravely, and stern, and it echoed lightly in the distance. "We must defend the village, no matter what. This is our home, and he cannot have it." Hiruzen faced down demon, its fur red as a sea of blood, each tooth twice the size of a human body emanating from its scornful, open mouth, and its massive tail sprawled out around its mountain of a body, hovering in the air. And then one of its tails crashed down. It struck a building, which was almost as tall as the beast itself and must have been several blocks long, and completely annihilated it in an instant. As it came closer, its huge paws with long, jagged claws dug into the concrete ground. It suddenly noticed Hiruzen and sent one of its tails directly for him. He must have been half a mile away from him, but its tail was so long it could reach him effortlessly. Hiruzen bolted and then leaped for another building, before the tail crushed the one he was previously on. Hiruzen grimaced as many ninja were unable to escape the attack and were killed by the monster's fury. He landed, aimed his staff, holding it under his arm, and it extended. Its length grew tremendously. In almost an instant, it shot toward the Nine Tails and struck it in its chest. The Nine Tails was propelled back across the ground almost the same distance that it had moved forward. This creature would regret underestimating the insurmountable will of the Leaf Ninja, the will of fire that has kept them in the lead for dozens of generations. "Keep it up, attack him all at once. Show him the fire burning in your soul," Hiruzen exclaimed. He glanced at the Nara clan. The weaved some hand signs, and their shadows extended from their feet and stretched all the way to the Nine Tails. Several shadows attached to one paw until it was fully encapsulated. They did that to all four paws. Then the shadows, taking the form of long, thin, black tendrils, crawled up the length of its legs. It still fidgeted around a little bit, but its movement was halted tremendously. The Nine Tails closed its mouth slightly so nothing inside could be seen aside from its teeth, and it growled. The growl was horrid and echoed for a distance that seemed like it would be infinite. The growl felt like it could crush Hiruzen if it was a physical construct, but he stood tall, unfazed by the hate and power emanating from it. The Nine Tails opened its mouth so wide it could have swallowed 100 people without chewing, and a blackish-purple energy swirled around its jaws. It formed a massive sphere which surged with electricity. Looking into the center revealed an endless void of darkness, a void that has destroyed armies in a single destructive blast. Then he fired. Its inhuman speed made it almost impossible for Hiruzen to dodge. After the blast traveled the length of the battlefield, Choza Akimikni sprinted for a bit, then in a flash increased his own size. He grew slightly taller than even the Nine Tails itself. Choza had long, thick, unkempt, crimson hair, a white bandana strapped around his forehead, large, silver earrings in each ear, and wore a black suit completed with traditional samurai armor and a white rope belt around his waist. He propelled a massive fist and struck the side of its mouth. It jolted back like a spring, but quickly regained its composure, striking back with a clawed paw. Choza guarded himself with his other arm, curling it so his bicep bulged, then reached his other arm around the Nine Tails' body. When he had a solid grip with both arms, lifted him and slowly spun him around for one complete revolution. The force of his several-story tall, long, and wide demon being spun like a yo-yo generated a wind which seemed to blind dozens of ninja on the ground as they were guarding their faces with their hands. Some of them even fell over completely and flew back into buildings. Choza then flipped the Nine Tails up over his shoulder and crashed it to the ground on its front. When he let go, it continued to slide away, flipping onto its back and finally onto its stomach again. Keep pushing it until the fourth Hokage arrives. Hiruzen exclaimed. He locked eyes with one of the Inuzuka. They nodded at him, then hopped on their white dogs, which were almost the same size as them. And in a puff of smoke, they started spinning around rapidly, forming dozens of large tornadoes that swirled up to the Nine Tails and struck it from nearly all angles at once. Everyone, have no mercy. Show it what happens when you attack the Hidden Leaf Village. And with that, a barrage of fireballs illuminated the sky and bombarded the Nine Tails. He was under no delusion they could defeat the Nine Tails themselves. Its power was beyond comprehension. The only man who could accomplish that feat in the past was the first Hokage, and he was long dead. Their only hope was to hold it off until the fourth Hokage arrived. The sky was bright from the battle afar. Only faint sounds of combat could be heard, occasionally, but the Uchiha residence was mostly peaceful. Itachi sat on the steps of his home, holding an infant draped in a tiny blanket, which was strapped to Itachi's body. A war was being waged in the village he called home, that he knew, but what he couldn't help but wonder was why the Uchiha weren't preparing to deploy. Despite how peaceful and quiet it was in the Uchiha section of the village, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. He had faith the Hokage and other Jonin could handle anything that threatened their lives, but his father would surely be an asset, if not the other clansmen. He looked down at his sleeping brother in his arms. He slowly crept his eyes open. Itachi stood and entered their house. He made his way through room after room until he found his father, a tall man in his 40s with black, slightly spiked hair and a stern expression on his face. Itachi, I'm glad you haven't gone far, his father said, his voice as cold and distant as he remembered. His father always tried to use specific words to show concern, but his tone only made him seem even more distant. I've done as you asked, father. I'm looking after Sasuke and staying close, Itachi replied. It wasn't as if Itachi thought his father didn't care about him. Perhaps his role as the police chief and head of the Uchiha clan didn't allow for the over-emotional type of parenting most children were allowed. That's good, he said, nodding. Sasuke will need a brother like you in the years to come. He didn't know what he meant, but he knew not to ask too many pointed questions. Where's mother? He asked instead. Resting. What? I just have a bad feeling about the war. Before his father could respond, an earth-shattering crack struck Itachi. His vision blurred. He staggered every way and intentionally leaned his back into a wall to prevent from falling over. His grip around Sasuke tightened. He followed his father back through the house, and they peered outside. The ground ruptured and walls from the Uchiha Foundation shattered, debris flying everywhere. Itachi, we must go, his father exclaimed. It wasn't often he heard that kind of urgency in his father's voice, so he knew it was serious. I'll get your mother. You help get people out of here. Lead them to the Uchiha hideout. He nodded, and Itachi bolted from the house. With Sasuke in his arms, he darted through the corridor of the Uchiha stronghold. The ground continued to rumble, but light enough that he could run with stability. Before long, he came to a swath of people. Most of them, but not all, were Uchiha, which were designated by T-shirts with the Uchiha emblem on the front. He disappeared into the crowd. Before he escaped, he had to find one other person. Itachi weaved through the massive, thick crowd of people. He wore just reached them, and his fellow Uchiha, as well as the few non-Uchiha in the area, were already in a cloud of uncontrollable panic. He scanned his eyes over every inch of the frantic people. There were no Leaf Ninja yet, but there was the Konoha police, comprised entirely of Uchiha, who were staying behind to try their best and direct the others to safety. He searched for a while until he finally found the person he was looking for. A young girl about his age and height, with long, black hair and the Uchiha shirt. Itachi bolted to her and gripped her hand with a slap. She jolted and faced him with a start. Her concerned frown quickly rose, and she hugged him, then kissed him on the cheek. I'm glad you're okay, Itachi, she said, glancing down. Is this your little brother? Yeah, this is Sasuke, Itachi replied matter of fact. But there's no time for that. We have to get out of here. Before they could leave, a tall ninja, approached them. They turned to face him. He had a menacing grin on his face, held a kunai in one hand, and wore the headband of the Hidden Mist Village. "You're the first children I've found," he said, his voice gravely. "I'm sure the two of you can be used as bargaining chips against the village for master, considering your Uchiha." The man grabbed the girl's arm. Itachi retaliated by gripping his wrist and twisting it, then taking a kunai out of his own pouch, leaping into the air and slashing him across the throat. As soon as he landed, he checked on Sasuke, who began crying, likely from the noise and being tossed around this much. He had no marks on him. Itachi then turned his attention to the girl, who was rubbing her arm where the man roughly grabbed her. "Izumi, are you okay?" Itachi asked. "I'm good. Thank you for saving me," she said. Her voice was light and soothing. Itachi's hand folded around hers, and they sprinted. They eventually made it to the underground bunker of the village. There was almost no non-Uchiha in sight. Even in the safety bunker, the Uchiha were separated from the rest of the village. "Itachi, why are there so many of the clan here? Shouldn't the adults be helping protect the village?" Izumi asked. Itachi knelt in a corner with Izumi, placed a pacifier in Sasuke's mouth, and slowly rocked him back and forth until stopped crying. "Father said we've been ordered to stay out of the battle by the higher-ups. Did those orders come from the Hokage himself?" "I don't know for sure, but I assume he said. Nobody else will be able to give orders like that after all." "That doesn't make any sense. Surely Lord Fugaku would be invaluable in this battle." "I know. I don't know what's going on either," Itachi lamented. "But right now I need to focus on protecting my brother. And you, of course. If there's nothing I can do on a grand scale, then I'll narrow in on what I can do." "Summoning jutsu," Minato exclaimed. A massive cloud of white smoke circulated around him, and moments later, the ground rumbled. When the smoke and dust cleared, Minato was held high in the air, standing atop a massive toad. It had scars littering its face, a humongous sword sheathed at its side, and a gigantic pipe in its mouth. "It's been a while, Gamabunta," Minato said. "Indeed it has, boy," Gamabunta replied. Its voice was so gruff, it sounded like a growl. When Minato summoned him for the first time, he was terrified from his mere voice, and his imposing, towering presence only made it worse. But he was a teenager back then. After all these years, there was no longer fear, but respect and admiration. Friendship even. "What the hell happened, kid?" Gamabunta asked. "The Leaf Village is in danger. Obviously, I can tell that. But who attacked?" "Just wait a moment, and you'll see." Minato grimaced. Just as he said, it wasn't long before the Nine Tails showed up. Seeing the Nine Tails and Gamabunta side by side extenuated the fox's size even more. It was slightly taller than Gamabunta. Minato focused on its eyes to make sure the masked man's Sharingan was gone. Thankfully, it was, which meant he could focus on defeating it. "The Nine Tails, how did this happen?" Gamabunta said. "I'm sorry, but there's no time to explain that," Minato replied. "I guess you don't plan on making it out of this alive?" "I don't see how I could." His voice lowered as he continued speaking. "All right, I understand what you're saying. I'll try to weaken it for you, so you can seal it. Do you have a new host prepared?" "I do, not far from here. My newborn child." Gamabunta chuckled. "That's quite cruel of you, Brad." "I know, but I don't have time for another plan." "Very well," Gamabunta exclaimed, clasping his giant, crimson, webbed hands together and weaving hand signs. "Let's kick this thing's ass then." "Water style, liquid bullets," he shouted. His cheeks puffed on both sides, and Gamabunta pursed his lips and then blew. From his mouth propelled a ginormous ball of water. The Nine Tails countered by striking it with two of its tails. The sphere of water erupted, shooting back and drenching Gamabunta and Minato. "Gamabunta, give me some soil." "On it." Gamabunta's cheeks puffed again like before, except this time spewed a massive amount of pure black oil from his mouth. Minato weaved some hand signs and breathed a fireball. Once it touched the toad, oil they melded together, and the fire expanded tremendously. The fire jet propelled into the Nine Tails. A massive sonic boom emanated from the ground from which it stood. The fire spread out and rose into the sky, parting the clouds. Gamabunta then drew his massive sword and darted for the Nine Tails. He brought his sword down on the beast, who blocked it with two tails crossing each other. The impact caused the ground to shake once more and even break and shatter apart points. Minato never faced an opponent so strong. Even nearly a decade ago, when he fought two Jinchuriki with less powerful tailed beasts. He wiped a swab of sweat from his brow, then clasped his hands together. He was suddenly energized more than before, as even more chakra flowed through his body. He then placed his hands on Gamabunta's back and channeled his chakra through his fingers into his partner's back. Almost instantly, Gamabunta pressed forward, pushing the Nine Tails back. It added 3 more tails to its defense. Minato leaped to Gamabunta's sword, wove some hand signs, and then touched his fingers to the blade, and fire surged the entire length of the blade. The Nine Tails leaned back, then pushed forward, swiping his tails against the blade, and launched Gamabunta away. Minato was thrown off of the toad's blade, but managed to land on his back again. As soon as he landed, Gamabunta bolted for the Nine Tails again, this time darting to the side before he reaches him and ramming his still flaming sword in its side. The Nine Tails scrambles away before the length of the steel can fully enter its body, but a massive puddle of blood still splashed to the ground and dripped all over the sword, and even some drops littered Gamabunta's hands and feet. The Nine Tails growled with an otherworldly intensity as it slid away, its bloody, clawed paws digging into the ground slightly. When it stopped, it opened its mouth wide, and a massive purple-black sphere formed and slowly grew in its mouth. Nearby debris from the destroyed ground levitated and was absorbed into the sphere, adding to its growth. Gamabunta raised his sword high in the air and leaned forward, preparing to charge. "Don't!" Minato exclaimed. "You won't be able to destroy that. It's a tailed beast bomb." He lowered his sword. "Then what do you suggest, kid?" "I'll take care of it," he said. He grabbed several of his special kunai out of his pouches and tossed them in unison. As they flew, they formed a gigantic circle in midair. Minato then formed a one-handed seal of 2 parallel fingers sticking straight up, and the kunai instantly paused in air. An energy circle comprised of chakra formed, holding the kunai together. Before long, lightning surged through the center of the circle. He then did the same in a different location far above the ground. The Nine Tails launched his attack. It accelerated faster and faster as it came towards them. Wind blew and circulated so much that pre-broken rubble blew away until they were out of sight, and even more rubble was busted apart from the ground. When it struck the circle, a shock wave erupted and began pushing Gamabunta and the Nine Tails back in opposite directions. The tailed beast bomb dug slowly into the circle, which was the perfect size for it, but it didn't come out the other side. Instead, it gradually exited the second circle of kunai in the sky. Once it made its way all the way through, it flew at insane speed further into the sky, before erupting. The explosion briefly lit up the entire sky before the light disappeared, although the dust it caused lingered longer. "What's your plan, boy?" Gamabunta asked. Minato dropped to one knee. "To seal him away using the Reaper Death Seal." "But that will kill you." "I know, but it's the only thing I can think of. But looking at him, I don't know if I can. After all, he doesn't seem to be weakening." Suddenly, the third Hokage landed on Gamabunta's back on one knee, sweat and battle scars painting his face. "Lord Fourth, I'm glad you're here," he said. "I'm happy you're still alive, Lord Third. Got any ideas on how we can weaken this guy, so I can seal him?" "Don't tell me you plan on using the Reaper Death Seal," the third Hokage said, staring daggers at him. "It's our only option," he lamented. "If only Lord First was still alive," the third Hokage said. "He captured every tailed beast by himself, including the Nine Tails." "I can help," a female voice echoed. On the other side of Minato, Kushina landed on one knee. "Kushina, what are you doing here?" Minato exclaimed. "Lady Uzumaki," the third Hokage said. "You should be resting." "I'm Fine. You need me to stop him." Minato hovered over Kushina, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and placing the back of his hand on her forehead. "The adamatite chains," Minato said. She nodded. "It's the only way we can reduce his chakra enough to seal him. But if anything happens to you, Naruto won't have any parents to raise him." Minato said, "If we let the Nine Tails destroy the village, us and him will die, as well as thousands of others," she exclaimed. "This is our only option." Minato felt as if his heart stopped. He knew she was right. He couldn't seal the Nine Tails without her help. He just couldn't bear the thought of Kushina dying and Naruto growing up alone. For the first time in the past 4 years, Minato mused why he ever chose to become Hokage. He was about to make a choice nobody should ever have to. "Lord Third," Minato said after a moment of silence, "I'll do my best to save Kushina. But if I fail, I want you to take care of our child, Naruto Uzumaki. Can you do that?" The third Hokage stared at him in bewilderment. After a moment, his expression straightened and he sighed, as if he had also steeled his resolve. "I will, Lord Fourth. I promise." "Thank you. I want you to know there's nobody in this world I respect and admire more than you. So I trust in your words. Now, go and help the other divisions on the battlefield." He nodded without a word and then left. Minato looked in Kushina's eyes, as if understanding what he was saying without any words. She nodded and weaved some hand signs. Suddenly, pockets opened up in the air around her, and massive, gray chains emerged from them. In a flash, they kept appearing from portals not just around Kushina, but also around the Nine Tails, and wrapped around the 9 hairy crimson-orange tails and his 4 long, furry, clawed paws, and 2 lash chains strangling its neck and muzzling its snout. The Nine Tails was suddenly brought to almost complete stillness, save for some light nudging here or there, along with its ability to ever so slightly open its mouth enough to show its teeth and growl, but not wide enough to bite or launch another tail beast bomb. The Nine Tails tugged in every direction. To its credit, it was able to pull the chains every which way, and Kushina herself was yanked to either side several times. Minato grabbed her tight around her waist for a few moments until the Nine Tails' movements became slower and less intense. "Don't worry about me, Minato. Get to Naruto and begin the seal. I won't be able to hold it forever." His hands trembled and his heart pounded as he backed away from her. He used body flicker to leave Gamabunta's back and appeared next to Naruto. He was still furiously bawling his eyes out, likely from all of the loud noise and carnage. He glanced briefly at his son's tears-drenched face, sighed sadly, then turned his attention back to the Nine Tails. Minato parted his legs slightly. Then he weaved 10 specific hand signs, ending the form with clasping his hands together hard. This was the hardest thing he'd ever done. He would never be able to apologize to Naruto for leaving him like this without ever knowing him. The only thing he could hope for is for Kushina to survive. At least he'd have his mother. "Forbidden Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal," he said. Minato suddenly felt a presence of immense chakra from behind him. The Nine Tails roughly turned its head and stared at him, its eyes projecting an infinite void of hatred. Even though it couldn't open its mouth far, its growl still filled Minato's ears, so he could barely hear anything else. The center of his back was struck. Pain started there, but rapidly spread throughout his entire body. The Reaper Death Seal was a double-edged sword. It allowed him to take and seal the soul of his opponent, but the cost was his own soul. He knew that all along, but what he didn't expect was the agony he had to suffer before it was complete. Minato grimaced as he scanned the Nine Tails and the area around the beast. The next step was to touch the demon to connect their chakra. Before he could figure it out, the Nine Tails suddenly broke free from the chains with 1 paw and 4 tails. He spun around, raised the paw, and bolted it in Naruto's direction. Minato's body moved before he could think. He darted in front of the Nine-Tails claw, stretching his arms out wide to either side. The claw dug deep into his chest, his clothes, and the ground beneath him, colored with crimson. When he regained attention to his surroundings, Kushina was bent down before him. Tears welled in his eyes, and his mind trembled as he realized she was also stabbed with the same claw as him. He glanced behind him briefly. Thankfully, Naruto was okay. The claw was inches away from his face. They did manage to save him. "Damn it," Minato said, his voice shaking. "I did everything I could to save you. I wanted Naruto to have at least one parent to raise him." "Let's finish this, my love," she said plainly. More chains appeared out of holes in the air and restrained the parts of the Nine-Tails that broke free, and Minato wrapped his arms around Kushina, clasping his hands on each side of the Nine-Tails' giant claw. His chakra transmitted into the Nine-Tails, connecting their souls. Minato looked at the Reaper, which was in front of them now. It must have been double the height of him, with long, jagged, gray hair, and a face that resembled an oni with a twisted mouth and sharp teeth, and a katana held between its teeth. He grabbed the sword's hilt and took it out of his mouth, then moved behind Minato and Kushina and slashed the sword through them. His pain was seemingly multiplied, but no additional blood was shed. Instead, their souls began to exit their stomachs, which were soon grabbed by the Reaper. The Reaper then flew Quirky to the Nine-Tails and slashed its back, and he captured its soul in the same way. Once the Reaper had all three of their souls, it began to eat their souls. As the sound of crunching filled their ears, Minato felt his body getting weaker and weaker. His eyes blinked repeatedly. It was all the strength he had left just to keep them open and keep consciousness. Kushina leaned over the Nine-Tails claw. "Are you okay?" "Hang in there a bit longer," Minato said. "I'm fine. Just get this done quickly. I don't know how much longer I can last." The Reaper finished consuming their souls. Then Minato weaved some final hand signs. Moments later, the Nine-Tails' body emanated with heat, then turned into pure, red, swirling chakra. The chains restraining the Nine-Tails instantly shattered in unison, and he unleashed an ear-shattering roar, which soon faded out to silence as the Nine-Tails was pulled past Minato and Kushina toward Naruto. With the claw gone from them, Minato and Kushina collapsed, Minato laying on top of his wife. He gripped his wound, barely dangling on a life, and roughly turned, facing his infant son. Kushina followed, and they crawled toward him as the Nine-Tails chakra was absorbed into the boy's body. On his stomach was design of black markings, and the Nine-Tails chakra was going for the center of it. Kushina huddled around Naruto. Her face was wrinkled, her hair unkempt and a few strands pasted to her face. Her face sparkled with a mix of sweat and tears. Minato lay on the other side of him. By this point, he could no longer feel any pain, and his vision was blurry. "Naruto, darling," Kushina said between sniffles, pauses frequent due to crying. "I'm so sorry. Sorry for pushing this burden onto you, and sorry that we couldn't be here to help you through it." "It'll be okay, Kushina," Minato replied. "He is our son, which means he's strong. He'll be stronger than any Jinchuriki who came before." A crooked smile crossed her face. "You're right, and we'll always be with you, sweetie." Suddenly, the third Hokage arrived, kneeling before them, his face distorted with rage. "Lord Fourth, Lady Uzumaki, I'm so sorry I couldn't do more." "It's okay," Lord Third, Minato said. "We won't be here much longer. Before we go, I have a favor to ask of you." "Anything. Take care of our child. His name is Naruto, and he is the new Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. He will become the savior of this village one day." "I will, I promise," he said. As he said those words, his voice slowly faded out, until all Minato could hear was a deafening ringing. He then keeled over. The last moments of vision told him that Kushina was already gone. All he could do was wait until all of his senses were completely gone and he could follow her. "Naruto!" Chapter 1. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The sky was as clear as could be. Not a cloud could be found, and the wind only provided a light, gentle, soothing breeze. Naruto stood atop a building, gazing upon his poor, unsuspecting victims who wandered around the hidden leaf village. Some of them sat in benches reading books. Some played with their kids. Others were buying food such as fruits, vegetables, and meats at markets, and others yet wandered seemingly aimlessly. A smirk crossed Naruto's face. They were all blissfully unaware of what was coming. Naruto leaped off the building and plummeted for the ground. Before he struck the street, he grabbed a rope strung across the street with billboards attached to it and swung, slowing his descent and landing on the ground on his feet without harm. He then bolted, arms extended behind him. He crashed through a cart filled with fruit, hopping a good distance away afterwards so he didn't trip. He didn't even look behind him. He only heard the faint bellowing of the cart's owner. During his jaunt through the village, there were many more instances like that. Tipping over carts of produce, breaking awnings when he lands on them, but jumping again at the perfect time so he doesn't fall through, and just generally scaring people, especially children. He eventually came to his destination, the Hokage Great Stone Faces. From massive stone statues of the faces of the Hokage, the various leaders of the Leaf Village over the years. He was sure they were told their names in the academy, but he couldn't for the life of him remember. He just referred to them by funny nicknames. The first Hokage was Funny Guy, the second Hokage was Party Pooper, and the third Hokage was Ancient Geezer. There was one exception, the fourth Hokage, his father. He still had a nickname for him, Asshole. He eyed his paint bucket and brush, nestled between two rocks spread just far enough apart to barely fit them. He grabbed them and then, without hesitation, began his mission. He splashed paint all over the faces, drawing intricate, funny designs on them. He didn't know how long he spent on this, but it had been a while because the sun began shyly peeking beneath the horizon, but not enough to where he couldn't see anymore. When he was finished, he gazed upon his masterpiece, smiling widely with pride. The first Hokage's face adorned goofy, puckered lips and bright, blushed cheeks. On the second Hokage was a much more puffy, pronounced face. His alteration to the third Hokage was as simple as a clown face, complete with a big red nose, massive, poofy, rainbow hair. And as for the fourth Hokage, the only one of the four that made him scoff, he was decorated with red skin on his face, devil horns, and a long pitchfork next to him. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he chuckled, his grin widening even further. This is real art, if I do say so myself. If only the kids at school could see this, I'm sure I'd become popular quick. If only they could see what Naruto, a mysterious voice sounded. The voice was mysterious in terms of location, but not origin. He'd recognize that arrogant scowl anywhere. He spun around quick, but was too slow and was struck. He flew back into the faces. When he looked up, none other than Irika-sensei stood before him, 1 foot raised into the air, a deep scowl painted on his lips. Irika lowered his foot and raised his closed fist, which trembled with rage. For the first time, Naruto himself began shaking too, and his smile lowered to a crooked frown. "Naruto, you've gone too far this time," Irika exclaimed. "As if it wasn't bad enough, you constantly feel the need to disturb our citizens for no reason." "No reason," he says. "Surely even he can't be that stupid and ignorant. There's a perfectly good reason for it. Now you deface the monuments to the Hokage, our great and honorable leaders." Great and honorable. Every word out of Irika's mouth gives Naruto a new reason to laugh, but he knew better than to do that in this situation. "When are you going to grow up, Naruto? You failed the academy test 3 times, and you can't stop being a disturbance to everyone you meet." And here comes the lecture. Naruto really couldn't care less, but he knew he had to find a way out of this predicament. "I am sorry, Irika-sensei. I promise I won't do this again. So if you don't mind, I'll just take my leave now." Naruto turned around, rose halfway up, and began walking away, but Irika made his way to the other side faster than he could detect. "Oh, no, you don't. This is your mess, so you'll clean it up," Irika exclaimed with a cracked voice. Before Naruto could get away, Irika grabbed hold of him and strung him up, dangling him across the faces. Irika climbed to the top of the faces, gave Naruto a bucket of water and a scrubber, and watched him constantly as he scrubbed the faces clean. It took several hours for him to get through every bit of graffiti that he put on the faces, so long that the sky glowed orange. Naruto's arm pulsed and ached, but he knew better than to stop. "Why do you feel the need to keep doing stuff like this, Naruto?" Irika asked after hours of complete silence. His voice was lower and more gentle than before. "Why? Because it's funny, why else?" Naruto exclaimed. Irika crossed his arms. "You think it's funny to disrespect our historical leaders and protectors?" "They've never done anything for me," Naruto said nonchalant. His grip on the washcloth tightened, and he pressed harder on the rock, hoping to get this over with soon. "They're the reason you're here right now, you brat," Irika exclaimed. "Should I be thanking them for that?" Naruto said with a massive, fast, upward head tilt. He silenced immediately after a frightening crack emanated from his voice. Irika grumbled something that Naruto wasn't able to make out. "Well, you're not going home until every bit of that graffiti is cleaned," he said. Naruto looked at him, his gaze piercing, and didn't stop scrubbing. "So what? It's not like there's anybody waiting for me." He turned his attention back to the stone again. There was another moment of silence. Naruto's chest was so heavy that it was almost painful, and he gripped it with his other hand. He frowned solemnly, and his eyes squinted slightly. "Say, Naruto," Irika said finally. "What? Are you hungry by chance?" "Well, yeah. What? If you finish cleaning the stones early enough, perhaps I could take you to eat some ramen at Ichiraku." Naruto's eyes flung open, and he stopped scrubbing for a moment. He titled his head up and gazed at the man who had just seconds ago been chewing him out and lecturing him, now offered him an awesome reward like that. Irika was gazing up at the sky, his bottom lip twisting, but he was clearly moving his eye to peer down at him. Suddenly, perhaps out of Naruto's control, a grin crossed his face ear to ear. He opened his mouth wide, and he laughed excitedly. "Hell yeah. Don't worry, Irika. I'll get this cleaned up in no time." And he did. While it was almost sunset by the time he was done, he figured before that it would have taken until after dark. He scrubbed as fast and hard as he could so he could finish, and just as Irika promised, they made a stop by Ichiraku. The sky glowed with seemingly every color of the rainbow. Naruto's eyes were heavy, but his stomach, rumbling like an earthquake, overrode his tiredness. Like always, Itachi, the owner of the shop, greeted him with a large, glimmering smile. "It's been a while, Naruto," Itachi said. "Yeah, I've had some things on my mind lately," he whispered, chuckling and scratching the back of his head. When they started eating, they didn't speak much for a while, as Naruto couldn't stop himself but slurping down as much ramen as he possibly could. He finished his first bowl in maybe a minute. He almost forgot the delectable taste of the best ramen in the world. No, the best food in the world, but as soon as he started eating, he instantly recalled. He didn't know what Itachi did with this ramen, but its deliciousness was unmatched. "Another bowl," Naruto shouted, slamming the first bowl on the counter. Itachi handed him a second right away. He immediately started scarfing it as well. Once he was done, he requested another, and was given it once again. He looked over to Irika, who was eating, but much slower. "Better hurry up, or it'll get cold, sensei," Naruto exclaimed, after which devouring his entire third bowl. Itachi gave him a fourth before he could even ask for it. "You don't have to worry about that, Naruto. This ramen is piping hot," Itachi said with a laugh. "You really like this stuff, don't you, Naruto?" Irika said. "You bet. There's no better food in the village," Naruto replied, before slurping up his fourth bowl, guzzling down the broth at the end. "How often do you come here?" "All the time." "What? Where are you getting the money?" "I often let him eat for free," Tucci chimed in, then chuckled. What? I'm so sorry. I'll make sure to pay you back for that. Ah, don't worry about it. I felt bad for the kid. I couldn't just let him go hungry. Besides, the total amount that you would owe me would be immense. I doubt you could cover it. Araka-sensei, I'm sorry for defacing the Hokage's faces like that, Naruto said. He looked at Irika, and Irika gazed at him. He didn't know what his expression meant, but he seemed to be confused. It's just, I have a dream, Naruto continued. He looked back at his empty bowl of ramen, as Tucci replaced it once again. I will surpass all of the previous Hokage. There'll be nothing compared to me. He finished this bowl, guzzled down the broth, slammed it on the counter, then pointed his chopsticks at Irika and smirked. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage there ever was. Believe it. Irika's face drooped, and he glared at Naruto without blinking for a few moments. Before long, his chest heaved, he sucked in a massive torrent of air, and he burst out laughing. The laughter rang throughout the entire shop. Naruto's smirk instantly changed to a scowl. What's so damn funny, Irika-sensei? Become Hokage? You gotta pass the graduation exam first. You've already failed twice. Irika pressed his fist on Naruto's skull. Naruto's head was pushed down, and his eyes were forced partially closed. They stayed later than he usually does. Normally, Naruto mooched off of Tucci, who gave him ramen for free. But since Irika was paying this time, he had no qualms about filling his belly with the shop's delicious ramen. As he walked through the village, Irika trotting alongside him, he stroked his belly, which felt like it was about to burst. Naruto gazed around the village. He preferred nighttime, because there was no people shooting their eyes of judgment and hatred at him from every angle. And it was quiet, too. Irika wrinkled his nose when he entered Naruto's house. Naruto had completely forgot about the funky smell as he got used to it, and they both instantly knew the origin. Irika opened the fridge, and his face twisted in horror as he saw a plethora of clearly expired food and drinks. He pinched his nose hard with his fingers. Even Naruto had to do that when the fridge was open. Naruto, what is this? Is this how you live? Yeah, sorry, he said, chuckling. I thought Lord Hokage sent you money once a month. He does. I just don't have time to tend to the apartment as much as I should, he admitted. That's another reason I go to Ichiraku so often. God damn it. If you would refrain from messing around and disturbing citizens of the village so much, you might have time to clean your house and shop, and to train more often, he said, slamming the door. I do train all the time, Naruto exclaimed. You should just pass me. I'll pass you when you demonstrate skills that prove you deserve to be passed. Naruto, Irika said, shaking his head. He hated it so much. He was unquenchably angry whenever this topic came up, but he couldn't even argue, because he knew Irika-sensei was right. But he was telling the truth. He practiced frequently, but he just wasn't able to pass the final exam no matter how much he struggled, and he had no idea why. The next day provided no comfort for Naruto. He stopped at Ichiraku before heading to class, but only consumed one bowl of ramen. This would be his third time taking the final exam, and every time he was incredibly tense and anxious, more so than he was normally used to. Like usual, he didn't talk to anyone in class. It's not like he had any friends anyways. His side, tilted head lay on his folded arms. Not far away from him was Shikamaru. He never spoke to him before, but he was the one guy in class that there might be a slight possibility that he could be friends with. He seemed to be just as bored with everything as him. He respected it. Aside from him, there were only two others in class that he had his eye on. One of them was Sasuke, who sat one row before him. He hated him so much. From the ugly way he styled his hair, to the arrogant way he folded his arms on his desk and rested his chin on his fists, and the way that whenever he answered a question, he was so emotionless and brief. He must have thought he was so cool, but really he was a fool. At the contrast, there was Sakura. She sat next to Sasuke. Most of his time actually attending class was spent staring at her. She was so beautiful. Her long hair with a unique pink color, her slim figure, her cute face and forehead, and her alluring voice. He could gaze off into space and fall asleep thinking about her. "Okay, quiet down," Irika said suddenly as he walked into the room. He slammed a book on the desk in the front of the classroom, and everyone's chatter silenced quickly. Some of you have been here before, but for those who haven't, the final exam to determine if you get to become a shinobi involves you having to use the transformation jutsu or the clone jutsu. No matter which you choose, your job is to perfectly represent me in front of the entire class. These are two of the most basic jutsu that any ninja should be able to use. If you can master them, there will always be some job for you as a ninja, even if it's minor. After the introduction, Irika Sensei began the exam. The first he called was Shikamaru Nara. His head was laying on his desk. It took a few moments for him to raise it, after which he groaned lightly, slowly shrunk up, and lumbered to the front of the class. Despite his clear lackadaisical mannerisms, he put up the hand sign for the clone jutsu, which consisted of 2 fingers forming a cross, and used the jutsu perfectly. After Irika dismissed him, he let out a dreadful sigh and slowly trotted back to his seat without a word. The next one Irika-sensei called was Sasuke Uchiha. The moment he said his name, every girl in the classroom audibly perked up and began whispering to each other. Sakura was one of them, but Naruto scowled. He could never understand what anyone saw in that loser, and the fact that his own crush joined them made it even worse. He refused to watch Sasuke's exam. He just stared at Sakura as her eyes lit up. She leaned forward, her hands folded together pressed against her chest, and a smile spread wide ear to ear. Naruto rested his chin on his desk, his chest feeling like it was squeezing and pressing with intense pain. It wasn't long before Sasuke was back at his seat. It didn't take long for the rest of the students to complete their exams. Naruto stopped paying attention to the exam itself, but his attention was caught by the unique mannerisms of the students as they made their way to and from the front of the classroom. The one he noticed the most was Hinata Hyuga, who was the shortest, with navy blue hair that was mostly short, but 2 longer strands extended in front of both of her ears. She wore a tan hoodie jacket with these strange symbols on both shoulders. But the most noticeable thing about her was her body language, folded hands nervously dangling in front of her body, combined with an extreme stutter as she spoke in labored speech. This might be the first time he'd noticed her before. When she reached the front and turned around, that theory was confirmed, as her eyes were different than anyone else's, being massive and pure white. Even with her squinting, he could tell how weird they were. For some reason, he got the feeling she was looking at him during her exam, but he brushed it off as crazy, shaking his head. Finally, after over a dozen students, it was Naruto's turn. For the first time in the exam, Naruto smiled, his eyes lit up, and he jumped up, clutching his fist and raising it in the air. He slammed his other hand on the desk. His grin just continued to widen. He drew nearly everyone's attention. "All right, it's finally time to show what I'm capable of. I'll beat every one of you, believe it," Naruto exclaimed. The sound of the other students were a mix of groans and chuckles. He scurried to the front, took an excitable ready stance with his legs spread and bent slightly, and formed the hand sign. "Let's go. Clone jutsu," he said, his voice ringing throughout the classroom. The clone appeared beside him. His eyes were squeezed shut tightly. He hesitated for a moment, then peeked them open and peered to the side. His smile dropped, and heart sank when he saw the monstrosity he created. He indeed created a clone, but the limbs were misshapen and it was crouched to the ground, its tongue protruding from its mouth. Naruto's eyes locked to it, and his mouth gaped. Pain struck the back of his head, sizzling through his entire body, and he stumbled forward. "Stop fooling around, Naruto!" Irika-sensei screamed. The classroom erupted with laughter. Naruto looked to Irika-sensei, whose piercing gaze with gritted teeth made him tremble. "Why can't you get this right? You have 2 more chances to get it right." "Of course. Give me another shot," Naruto exclaimed. He rose up with a start, took the same stance as before, and formed the hand sign again. His second clone was also bad, but in a different way. It must have stood 7 feet tall and was immensely fat, almost like a balloon. "You idiot," Irika-sensei exclaimed. His voice was so sudden and thumping that it struck him like a hammer and made him fall over again. The laughter in the room got heavier. He didn't care about most of them, but when he saw Sakura joining them, covering her mouth and looking at him with scorn, his chest got heavy and his body prickled with goosebumps. There was only 3 kids who weren't laughing: Shikamaru Nara and Sasuke Uchiha, which wasn't too surprising. Shikamaru was probably sleeping like usual, and Sasuke barely showed any emotion at all, but he was most likely thinking the same way as the others. The asshole. He just knew it. But the third was that weird, shy girl from earlier who seemed to ace her exam. Look, just try the transformation jutsu instead. Turn into me. If you can get this, I'll pass you. But this is your last chance for this year, Naruto, Irika-sensei said. Of course, Naruto said. His voice was more solemn than before. He rose to his feet and formed a different hand sign this time, clasping his palms together, with his index finger from each hand protruding up and placed against each other. Naruto sucked in a deep breath, catching it as a bulge in his throat, and shouted, "Transform!" His voice echoed throughout the classroom as a cloud of smoke enveloped him. When it dissipated, he paused. After a moment of silence, the classroom erupted in laughter, which drowned out his inner voice. A tingle trickled across his arms, legs, spine, and the back of his neck, which was quickly replaced by sizzling pain. He collapsed with another puff of smoke, turning him back to normal. "Damn it, Naruto! That's it, you fail!" Irika-sensei exclaimed. Naruto rubbed his temples as he turned to Irika-sensei, frowning sorrowfully. "Please, Irika-sensei, give me another chance," he said on his knees. "No, you know the rules. You get 3 chances to pass the exam, and absolutely no more. You'll have to try again next year." Even when he was out of the classroom, their malicious laughter echoed through his mind for a while. The sky shined golden brown. He hung his head, forcing back tears as he trotted to a brown sing dangling from 2 trees by chains. He sat and swung back and forth slowly. A lump formed in his throat, and his chest got heavy, his mouth hanging open slightly. He didn't understand what was wrong. This was the 3rd time he took the ninja exam, and the 3rd time he failed. He really was trying his hardest. He wasn't just pulling pranks. Every single day he trained his butt off, but something was preventing him from improving. At this rate, he'd never become a ninja and Hokage and gain respect of the villagers. But the worst part was that he was disappointing Irika-sensei, who was the only person who looked after him all these years. He kicked the ground with his feet, swinging back and forth slowly, staring at the ground. He glanced up, where several other children were walking with their parents. One mother locked eyes with him briefly, then looked away quickly. Her son then peered in his direction and started walking toward him, but his mother shook her head and yanked him. "Don't go near him, dear," she whispered, probably thinking Naruto couldn't hear her, but he could. "What a joke," another woman said venomously. "Why did they even let him join the ninja academy?" "Imagine if he became a ninja," another chimed in. "I lost my husband to that demon," another chimed in. "Our village will be doomed if he passes," a gruff man exclaimed. "Just keep walking and leave him there," another said. He didn't understand anything. What were they talking about? He liked to play around a lot, but he would never hurt anyone. He couldn't muster any thought as to why they thought he was a danger or a threat. All of these kids were lucky. They had parents and others who loved them. All Naruto had was Irika-sensei, and even then he often felt a hint of animosity whenever he was speaking to him. Whenever he looked at them together, his eyes and chest got heavy simultaneously. This was the only place he could cry and not be judged for it. He gripped the swing's chain and bit his bottom lip, jamming his feet in the ground to stop. His body quickly heated up, his head getting heavy and his eyes blurry. But after a moment, everything just released. His breath, his grip, his muscles, his body's temperature. He didn't have the energy to be angry anymore. He just wanted to go away. His ears were suddenly struck by the creaking of leaves and branches. Before he could look that way, a voice sounded, which was low and soothing. "Failed again, huh?" the man said. Naruto turned his head. "Oh, hi Mizuki-sensei," he said, his voice even lower and shaky. The man who stood before him was towering, possibly taller than Iruka-sensei, with long, neck-length, white hair. He's the only ninja Naruto had ever seen with a bandana that covered the top of his head, which had the medal with the leaf logo on the front as opposed to the normal headband. "What's wrong, buddy?" Mizuki asked, slapping his shoulder. "Oh, it's nothing," Naruto said, then sighed deeply. "Sorry, man. It must be tough, failing 3 times in a row." "Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said suddenly with a gasp, looking at him with a start. "Why can't I pass? Does Iruka-sensei have something against me?" Mizuki stared at him for a moment, then formed a weak smile and knelt before him. "I assure you that's not the case," he said, gripping both shoulders. "Iruka only wants the best for you. He doesn't want to make you a ninja unprepared." "I know, it's just," Naruto said. Tears welled in his eyes and started to tickle his nose and lips, but he shook his head and vigorously wiped them away. "I really do train hard. Every day, I practice my jutsu." "I know you do, Naruto. I've seen you. You might be the hardest worker in the entire academy." "Then, can you tell Iruka-sensei?" He shook his head. "It won't help, Naruto. Effort isn't enough. It has to produce results. I just don't know what to do anymore then." Naruto looked back at the ground. After a moment of silence, Mizuki sighs. "There might be a way to accelerate your progress," he said. Naruto leaped up, clutching his arms tightly. "Please, you have to tell me how." Mizuki told him about an artifact called the Scroll of Seals, which is being stored at the Hokage mansion. He waited a few hours until it was dark before he made his move. Surprisingly, there were few guards. He tried to break into the Hokage mansion many times, and he rarely succeeded. And even when he did, he never made it to the old man's office. He never thought to try at night, that there would be so few guards. They must have been tired too, because it was no difficult task to sneak around them, even with no jutsu. He soon got to the main office. He creaked the door open and peeked in. When he saw that nobody was in there, he entered. It was dark, but after a few minutes of searching around, in closets and through drawers, he found a scroll that closely resembled what Mizuki-sensei described to him. It was a massive scroll that he had to wrap both arms around to hold. He wasn't completely sure if this was the right one, but it was the largest scroll he'd ever seen, so it must have been. Either way, he couldn't search any longer because footsteps clapped and echoed through the hallway outside, making him shiver. He leaped out the window, extending his legs all the way so he would go as far as he could. He plummeted to the ground and stuck the landing, but only for a few seconds. He stumbled back, crashed to his butt, and tumbled into the building, his head striking the brick. His grip around the scroll tightened, and the back of his head pulsed. He set the scroll down for a moment so he could rub his temple before lifting it again and making a sprint for the nearby forest. The Hidden Leaf Village was surrounded by a massive, thick forest. It was a great place to hide when he incurred the wrath of Iruka-sensei, or, even worse, the old man that runs the village, although he rarely came out this far. He plopped down by a tree, and his grin widened. He chuckled to himself as he flipped the tab open and began to unravel the scroll. "Okay, let's see what secrets the geezers have been hiding," he whispered to himself. "Lord Hokage, you wanted me for something?" Iruka said. "Iruka, it's good to see you. I wish it were under better circumstances." The Hokage's voice was low and gruff, almost a growl. He faced away from Iruka, staring out the window, his arms stretched behind his back, his hands folded. He wore bright white robes and a conical hat that was mostly maroon except for tiny white along the outer edge. "Naruto has crossed the line this time," he continued. "Excuse me? What did the boy do this time?" Iruka exclaimed. "He sneaked in here and stole the sacred scroll," the Hokage said. "What? Forgive me, Lord Hokage, but did I mishear you?" "You did not. The scroll compiled by the first and second Hokage and guarded by myself. It contains countless forbidden jutsu. I don't know how Naruto found out about the scroll, But no matter what happens, we cannot allow it to fall into the wrong hands. I mean, I agree, but you don't think Naruto would be able to do much with it? Unfortunately, no, Iruka said. Believe it or not, I'd like to say yes, but the way he's been doing in the academy. Yeah, there's no way he'd be able to pull off any of the complicated jutsu in that scroll. Hell, Iruka himself might not even be able to, let alone any genin, and let alone Naruto himself. He's got determination, but no talent. I agree, the Hokage replied, but we still can't take this lightly. Especially since someone else clearly had to have told him about the scroll's existence and location. That's what worries me the most. You're right. I'll go looking for him, Iruka said. You should hurry. I already have a group of jonin in search for the boy. The Hokage faced Iruka, revealing his pointy, gray beard. I know you care for the boy, Iruka, so you should find him first. If any other joinin finds him, they will likely be rougher and harsher with him than you, and I won't punish them for it. Iruka darted out the window without responding. Of all the crap Naruto has done, this supersedes every bit of trouble-making and every disruption. This is an actual crime, and a severe one at that. If this scroll were to fall in the wrong hands, the entirety of the Leaf Village could fall overnight. But what worried him more was who told him about the scroll. Few outside of the Leaf even know of its existence, and if they sneaked in, surely they would have noticed something. So it must be someone from the inside, a traitor that slipped past their gaze for who knows how long. It could be almost anyone, even a friend or comrade. Iruka searched until nightfall. The forest surrounding the village was way too large and thick. The forest was quiet and desolate, the trees looming over him like creepy, disfigured shadows. Even he rarely ventured this deep into the trees because he felt like they could reach out and grab him. He was about to quit searching when he suddenly heard an all-too-familiar voice. He picked up speed and bolted in the direction of the voice, which rang louder as he continued. He landed on a tree branch, and far below was none other than Naruto, laying on his back, panting profusely. Iruka jumped to the ground behind Naruto. See something interesting, Naruto? Iruka exclaimed. Naruto jumped like a rabbit, scurrying away and spinning to face him. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I could ask you the same thing, Brad. Iruka replied, crossing his arms. Do you realize a dozen jonin are looking for you right now? What? But why? Think about it for a moment. You stole a sacred scroll, Iruka said, peering at it, then back at Naruto again. You committed a crime. Just look at what I was able to learn, though. I'm sure you'll be impressed, Sensei. Naruto said. Just like Naruto, trying to detract from the real issue. But now that he looked closer, Naruto's body and clothes were littered with dirt, bruises painting his face. Have you been training? Iruka asked. Yeah, and I've learned so much. Mizuki-sensei told me about this scroll, and... Did you say Mizuki? Oh yeah. He said this scroll was used by the strongest of ninja to improve their skills, and you'd be impressed and praise me. Naruto, where is Mizuki now? Iruka asked, kneeling before him. This wasn't good. Mizuki was one of the last people he consciously suspected, but for some reason, he couldn't muster much shock either. The culprit was always there, hiding in plain sight, a trusted comrade and friend. This is important. I don't know. I haven't seen him since yesterday, when he told me about the scroll's existence. We have to go, Iruka said, gripping Naruto's shoulders. If Iruka was behind this, he could be anywhere, even watching them this very moment. But I want to show you what I learned. Later, Iruka said, raising his voice, we're both in danger. Before either of them could move, goosebumps prickled all over Iruka's back and chest, and his body got heavy. He pulled a kunai knife out of the pouch strapped to his side and spun around, but nobody was there. Then, after a moment, several kunai penetrated the darkness. They struck him in both shoulders. Iruka winced in pain, kneeling over, but quickly recovered, yanking them from his body. Just as he thought, there he was, Standing on a massive tree branch above them was Mizuki, dishonoring the standard black t-shirt with a red spiral on its shoulder and green vest that Chunin and Jonin wear. "Just hand over the scroll, and nobody will die," Mizuki said with a twisted grin. He pulled a long blade off his back. Both ends were slightly curved, and each side was held together in the center by a circular plate of metal. He turned it, flipping it open with a start, making it appear to be a gigantic shuriken. It had 4 long, curved blades held together by a plate of metal in the center that had a hole in it where Mizuki held it. "Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said, his tone low. Then he raised it, his voice trembling. "What's going on? Why did you attack Irika-sensei? Don't tell me you can't figure it out yet. It's so obvious," Mizuki exclaimed. Of course he was right, but Naruto was just a child, and this was obviously his first taste of betrayal. He had a frown which signified as such, crooked and confused, staring up at his sensei with longing in his gaze. "He never wanted to help you get stronger," Irika said. He knew it would hurt him, but he couldn't keep it secret at this point. Besides, the earlier someone learns to handle heartbreak, the better. "He used you to get at this scroll. It would be more suspicious if you were sneaking around the area. He planned on killing us both after he took it from you." Naruto's eyes widened and tears welled up in them. He wiped them away furiously and then gritted his teeth. Irika's chest got heavy. He wanted to cry too, but he couldn't. He had to stay strong for Naruto. "That's mostly right," Mizuki replied. "Although I wouldn't have attacked you if you didn't interfere. But I guess I should have figured you would. You've always stuck your nose where it doesn't belong." "My nose belongs in any business that puts my students in danger. That's what it means to be a sensei. I thought you understood that, Mizuki. All I understand is reaching for the top. All that matters is number 1, being the strongest. And this scroll has the ability to make me the strongest. That's why I need it. This scroll is too dangerous. That's why Lord Hokage hid it away. Lord Hokage is a fool and a coward. He could never comprehend the majesty of the jutsu his predecessors laid before him that he refuses to take advantage of. So what? Do you plan on usurping him as Hokage after you learn from the scroll? Perhaps. Or maybe I'll leave this pathetic village and never return. Or burn it down and kill every man, woman, and child. It's hard to choose." Mizuki's grin sent a shiver down Irika's spine. Discovering the true colors of a friend can hurt, but he couldn't focus on his own feelings right now. He looked down to Naruto, whose head was lowered, his body trembling. "You always did like taking the easy way out as a ninja. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. But most people like you would never go this far," Irika said. "I assure you there is no other person like me." "Now hand over the scroll," Mizuki said. "Sorry, no deal," Irika said, grabbing a kunai, formed the pouch on his waist. "Come on, Irika. I don't want to fight you," he said. Even as he said such words, he still had a crooked grin on his face, so Irika knew that was a lie. He had no remorse. "You'll answer to the Hokage, Mizuki." Mizuki ignored that comment. "Hey, Naruto, I got a secret for you." Naruto looked up at him with a twisted frown. His eyes were trembling so much that it made Irika's chest ache. "Have you ever wondered why all of the villagers hate you so much?" Naruto shot back like an earthquake, and Irika's heart sank in an endless sea. He couldn't be. "Surely you've given it thought before, Naruto. Nobody in the village can stand you. You have no friends, no family. Even Irika can't bear the sight of you." Naruto's gaze shifted to Irika, and he weakly tugged on his shirt. "Irika-sensei, what is he talking about?" Naruto asked, his voice weak and trembling. "Mizuki, stop this right now," Irika said, then turned to Naruto. "Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about." "Oh, I know exactly," Mizuki exclaimed. "I'm sure you've heard of the attack on the Leaf Village 12 years ago. The beast known as the Nine-Tailed Fox decimated the village, causing the death of the previous Hokage." All Naruto did was nod his head slowly. "Did you ever wonder what happened to the creature? After all, our village is still here. He pointed at Naruto's chest. It's you, the fourth Hokage, your father. Seal the nine tails inside of you. Naruto collapsed back. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no words came out. Iruka remained transfixed by Mizuki's words and the not-so-surprising effect it was having on Naruto. He wanted to say something, but the words kept getting caught in his throat for a while. "Ignore him," he said finally, much louder this time as all of the words surfaced what seemed like at the same time, his voice cracking and his throat pulsing. "He's lying. He's trying to turn us against each other. Stop lying to him, Iruka. He deserves to know the truth." Mizuki said, "You are the nine-tailed fox boy." Naruto couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. He didn't know if it was fear, sadness, or a combination of the two. Mizuki's words struck him like an anvil and held him in place, as if he was being tied down by an invisible force. Of course, he'd heard of the nine-tailed fox. It was one of the few things he found interesting in class. That's why everyone hates you. Every time they look at you, they're terrified of you. They're afraid of what might happen if you become a ninja. But more than that, when they look at you, they're reminded of the loved ones they lost 12 years ago, the family and friends that were killed by that monster, the monster that now resides inside of you. "Stop, Mizuki!" Iruka exclaimed. "Iruka-sensei," Naruto said, his voice weak and trembling. "No, Naruto, I mean..." As Naruto peered at Iruka, he couldn't hear anything for a moment or see anything around him. His heart pounded like an earthquake, and tears tickled the rims of his eyes. Iruka reached out to him, but he slapped his hand away and scrambled back as tears dripped down his cheeks. After another momentary pause, he scurries to his feet, grabs the scroll, and quickly leaves the area. He darted as fast as he could through the forest from tree branch to tree branch, holding the scroll close to his body, his head sunk. He just needed time to think. He didn't know who to believe anymore. He wanted to trust Iruka-sensei, but the fact that he didn't immediately and firmly deny what Mizuki-sensei said didn't give Naruto any confidence in him. And that was the worst thing he could imagine, because Iruka-sensei was the only person who was truly there for him his entire life. And what was that other thing Mizuki-sensei said? It was Naruto's father who sealed the nine tails inside of him, as if he needed another reason to hate the father that abandoned him. It was his fault that he was rejected by everyone. For some reason, that's the one thing he couldn't muster any surprise about. Suddenly, someone landed on a branch next to him and commenced with darting through the trees alongside him. Naruto didn't raise his head or loosen grip of the scroll. He just kept moving, trying his best to get even faster. "Naruto," Iruka-sensei said, "please clam down and stop. I promise I'll explain everything later, but you can't let Mizuki's words get to you. Just give me the scroll. It's imperative that we don't let Mizuki get his hands on it." Iruka's words filled Naruto's ears, drowning out the wind, the rustling of tree branches and leaves, and their own footsteps every time they touched a branch. He didn't know who to trust anymore. But one thing he did know is that Mizuki was an enemy, and he wouldn't be fooled by such a pitiful disguise. Naruto looked to Iruka-sensei, glaring at him intensely, and struck him with a start. He flew through several tree branches, breaking them off. The ground beneath him shattered as he landed. He released a massive breath, as if all the wind had been knocked out of him. Naruto perched on a branch as a puff of smoke enveloped Iruka-sensei. When it cleared, Mizuki-sensei was there instead. "Nice try, Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said, smirking. "Well, well," Mizuki said as he crawled to his feet. "Never thought the failure of the Ninja Academy would have been able to see through my transformation, when he was never able to do it properly." "Great job, Naruto!" Iruka-sensei exclaimed, arriving beside Naruto, patting him on his back. Mizuki-sensei grabbed his giant shuriken from his back and unfurled it, gripping it by the circle handle in the center. "You can't fool me anymore, Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said. "I'll never betray Iruka-sensei, and I'll never give you this scroll." "Naruto, Irika-sensei said, taking in a deep, sudden breath. Then your bodies will rot on this ground, Mizuki exclaimed. He raised his arm back and propelled it forward, flinging his massive shuriken directly at Naruto. He was initially struck with shock at the sheer speed, to the point that he stumbled back, crashing to the ground and losing grip of the scroll. His body trembled and his heart pounded rapidly as the shuriken quickly got closer to him. Time seemed to slow as Naruto's life flashed before his life, or at least what little life he lived up to this point. He was only 12 and was nowhere close to achieving his dreams. Becoming Hokage and earning the respect of the village was all he ever thought about. And now the dream was dead, and nobody would cry for him. At least he wouldn't die, not knowing the reason everyone always hated him. Just as the shuriken was about to reach him, a shadow covered Naruto, blocking view of the shuriken. It took Naruto a little bit to realize what happened. Irika-sensei was hovering over him. He was so close their faces almost touched. His breaths were deep and labored. His chest heaved in and out, and sweat sparkled all over his face, especially his forehead. Irika-sensei, what's going on? Naruto asked, gripping his arm. Stay down, Naruto. Irika-sensei whispered, then grunted. I'm Fine. I'll protect you. Naruto scooted to the side and peered around Irika-sensei's body to witness a horrifying sight. Mizuki's gigantic shuriken piercing through his back. The blade that struck him seemed to be about halfway into his flesh, blood slowly pooling around the wound spot. Naruto wrapped his arms around Irika-sensei as he slowly keeled over further on top of him. Naruto used all of his strength to lift him off of him, helping him sit by a tree. When he let go of him, he slumped over slightly, his eyes squinting. I am sorry, Naruto, Irika-sensei whispered. I should have told you the truth before, but I just want you to know I've always believed in you. I was only hard on you because I wanted you to improve. Please don't give up. Suddenly, tears welled up in Naruto's eyes, and this time, it was impossible to prevent them from rushing down his face. Barely clinging on to life, and you still can't help but lie to the boy. Such a shame, Mizuki said. Come on, Naruto, give me the scroll. Don't, Irika said. He grabbed a kunai from his pouch and creakily raised his arm, glaring at Mizuki intensely. I'll never let you get your hands on that scroll. Like you could stop me, Mizuki replied. Don't you get it? Naruto is just like me. How so? He wants the scroll for his own power and his own vengeance. That's how beasts are. He'll pour all his rage into the scroll and destroy everything. Irika paused for a moment, then he said, You're right. Naruto's heart stopped at those words. He just said that he believed in him. So Mizuki was right. Every word he told him was a lie. He never truly believed in him. He thinks he's some beast, some kind of freak. A monster because something he has no control over. The only person he could ever rely on hates him. That is how beasts are, Irika continued. But that's not who Naruto is. He's nothing like that. Naruto is one of a kind. He puts his whole heart in his training. He's one of the hardest workers in the entire academy. Sure, he messes up sometimes, and everyone jumps on him. But his suffering only makes him stronger. That's what separates him from being a beast. A warm flash enveloped Naruto. Irika smirked at Mizuki confidently as Naruto rubbed his eyes clean. Those were the words he always wanted to hear, but nobody would ever tell him. He'd given up hope that anybody would grace him with such kindness. So you're wrong. Naruto is nothing like you or the nine-tailed fox. He's Naruto Uzumaki of the village hidden in the leaves. And he is my student. He might as well be my brother. And I won't let you have him or the scroll. Naruto's dry eyes were once again drenched by tears, this time a lot more of them, as the grip of his arms around the scroll tightened again, and he rose to his feet, but his legs were still bent. He leaned back against a tree. Mizuki looked at Irika in disbelief and scoffed. You really believe that drivel? Fine, I was going to let you live, but you just changed my mind. You asked for this. Mizuki threw out a hand sign by forming the number 4 with one hand. His 4 other fingers closed, and another giant shuriken suddenly appeared in his hand out of a puff of smoke. He spun it around rapidly and reeled his arm back, preparing to throw it. Without thinking, Naruto leaped between them and propelled a hard, passion-filled kick into Mizuki's face. He was sent flying, skidding for a bit across the ground, and crashed into a tree. "Naruto!" Iruka exclaimed after Naruto landed. He stood up straight, placing one end of the scroll on the ground and his hand on top of the other end. He took deep, slow breaths to prepare for what was coming. Mizuki scrambled to his feet. Not bad for a little punk. Mizuki was the only thing fixed in Naruto's vision. "If you ever lay a hand on my sensei, I'll kill you," he said, his voice deepening into a growl on those last few words. "Such big words for a brat. I can completely destroy you with a single movie," Mizuki exclaimed. Naruto wove a hand sign of his own, 2 closed fingers horizontally and 2 closed fingers vertically forming a cross. "Take your best shot, fool. I'll give it back to you 1,000-fold. I'd like to see you try. Show me what you could do, nine-tailed fox." Shadow Clone Jutsu. With those words, a massive torrent of smoke enveloped the area, and when it cleared, there was what seemed like hundreds, maybe even thousands, of exact one-to-one copies of himself. He was glad it worked. This was one jutsu he didn't have a chance to test yet, before Iruka caught up with him. Naruto suddenly squinted, and his entire body got heavier. He didn't consider how much chakra a technique like this would use, but at the same time, he wasn't too surprised since it was in a forbidden scroll. Mizuki's face twisted to utter fear. He stammered back, looking all around, but Naruto's clones surrounded him from every angle. They all shouted at him at different points, at different volumes, taunting him. Each Naruto grinned smugly at him. He had to imagine all of this teasing was the result in Mizuki freaking out. "Well, I thought you were going to kill me. If you're not going to come for me, then I'm coming for you," Naruto exclaimed. Naruto lunged for him, and every clone, one after the other, followed. They spent several minutes beating up Mizuki. Punches, kicks, drawing streams of blood from his face, scuffing up his face and clothes, and ripping his uniform. Once they were done, Mizuki lay disheveled and bloodied on the ground. He was clearly alive and conscious, but he didn't speak or move aside from occasional, involuntary twitches, likely from the pain Naruto just inflicted on him. All of the clones disappeared at once, which caused the ground to rumble a tiny bit. He turned to look at Iruka, who stared at him with a blank, open-mouth expression. By this point, there were members of the AMBU Black Ops surrounding Iruka. The large shuriken that was piercing Iruka's back was on the ground. The upper part of Iruka's uniform was off, and white bandages were wrapped around his chest and stomach. Naruto scratched the back of his head, and a teeth-blinding smile grew across his entire face. "Sorry, it looks like I got carried away," he said. "Are you doing okay, Iruka-sensei?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Iruka-sensei replied. "You guys can go now. Let Lord Hokage, I'll meet up with him soon." "Understood, sir," one of them said, and the 3 vanished with a body flicker in an instant. The 2 remained in silence for a little bit of time. Naruto eventually opened his mouth again, but before he could speak, his head got extremely light. His vision disappeared, and he flung back, collapsing on the ground. The last thing he heard was Iruka-sensei screaming his name. The next time he popped his eyes, open pure white enveloped his vision. He turned his head to the side, noticing that he was in a hospital room. Iruka-sensei sat in a chair in a corner of the room. He jumped up when he realized Naruto was awake and scurried over to his bed. "Thank goodness you're awake," Iruka-sensei said. "What about you?" Naruto mumbled. "That was a pretty bad wound in your back." "I'm fine. Those AMBU used medical ninjutsu on me and healed me right up," he replied. "I am glad. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to you, Iruka-sensei." "Same here, Naruto," he said, smiling warmly. "So, I had to tell Lord Hokage about what happened with Mizuki." Naruto paused, then frowned and sighed. He was sure his dream was over here. After stealing a secret scroll, learning a forbidden jutsu, and brutalizing a higher officer. Surely he'd be expelled. Mizuki has been arrested and will likely go to prison for his crimes, Iruka said. That's good. At least he won't be able to hurt anyone else, Naruto said. So, when will my expulsion happen? Expulsion? What are you talking about? I beat up a Chunin, and I'm just an academy student. He tried to kill both of us. Self-defense and defense of others is legal. I stole a dangerous jutsu scroll. You were manipulated by Mizuki, a criminal, and you're just a child. I use a forbidden jutsu. Why would you be punished for that? That was far more impressive than I could have ever imagined for any academy student. While you aren't supposed to use forbidden jutsu, you can use them if it's an extreme emergency, and I definitely think that situation qualified. Did you argue in my favor or something, Iruka-sensei? I didn't have to. He was understanding. Lord Hokage is a better guy than you seem to think, and he gave me something for you. Iruka pulled his hands from behind his back and revealed a long piece of navy blue cloth with a gray metal plate in the center that had the Leaf Village's signature leaf on it. Normally, to pass, you have to do either the transformation or clone jutsu during the final exam. But considering recent circumstances, he agreed to make an exception. Congratulations, Naruto. You're a ninja. Naruto's entire body flashed with warmth. Tears of joy welled in his eyes, and he suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Iruka-sensei, burying his wet head in his chest. Iruka-sensei struggled, but he wouldn't let go. He was speaking, but he couldn't make out a word because of how excited he was. All this time he thought he was going to be expelled, but instead he was pushed one step closer to achieving his dream. Naruto. Chapter 2. Team 7 formed. Naruto's body flooded with pleasant warmth from the moment he woke up in the morning. This might have been the happiest he'd ever been in his life. Of course, there was a little nervousness mixed in as well, but it was almost completely drowned out by glee. He was finally a ninja. He was only one step closer to becoming the Hokage and surpassing his stupid father. He was so excited he didn't even eat breakfast. After getting dressed, he left his house so fast that he almost forgot his headband. It was the most important part of his attire, the confirmation that he was recognized as a warrior by his village. Whenever he looked at the leaf etched into the gray, his heart pounded. He almost couldn't believe it himself. It felt surreal, like he was in a dream. Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy faster than he ever had before. Today was the day that their teams would be formed, chosen by Iruka-sensei himself. He really hoped he'd get put on a team with Sakura. That would be awesome. Of course, that Shikamaru guy seemed kind of cool too. He didn't talk much in class, but whenever he did, he appeared to be pretty smart. But more than anything, Naruto respected how lazy he was. He was always sleeping in class, just like Naruto himself, so he was sure they'd get along. There was also that weird, short girl with short blue hair too, and always wore a funky white coat. He couldn't for the life of him remember her name, but he always found her interesting. Whenever she would answer questions, she seemed too shy to say them out loud, because she wrote them on the whiteboard without a word. Above all, though, he did not want to be in the same class as stupid Sasuke. That would be the worst. Even though he left early, he was still the last person to arrive. Iruka-sensei's face showed visible irritation, but he didn't say anything other than telling Naruto to take his seat. None of the students he saw said anything or looked at him, but he could tell they all looked down on him. They always do, but he'd show them up eventually. He'd become the strongest person in this room, the strongest ninja who ever lived. Believe it. Okay, now that we're all here, we can continue, Iruka-sensei said. Some of you might be aware, but just in case you don't, ninja teams are made up of 3 genin and 1 jonin, who serves as their sensei. Since you are all genin as of today, I've been given the task of comprising those teams. Iruka-sensei grabbed a clipboard with paper on it in one hand and a pen in the other from a desk at the front of the classroom. The room was frighteningly quiet when he wasn't speaking. These teams have been formulated by people smarter than me. They took into account your personal skills, talents, and potential, and devised teams that they felt could be most useful on missions or battlefields. Naruto leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head, his eyes closing slightly. He wished Irika-sensei would just hurry up with the announcements. He was getting bored. With that being said, here will be your teams. Team 10 is Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. You'll be led by Asuma Saratobi. Makes sense, a female voice said, but Naruto couldn't muster the energy to inspect where it was coming from. Our fathers were all on the same team, too. All Naruto knew was that meant his hope of getting Shikamaru was gone, but he figured just about anybody other than Sasuke would be okay to be on a team with. Team 8 is Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Your sensei is Kurinai Yuhi. Hinata, that was her name. Well, there she goes. Still, Naruto hoped he'd be able to see her around sometime, but she did always intrigue him. Team 3 is Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Tenten. You'll serve under Might Guy. Another Hyuga? Naruto wondered if they were siblings or something. Would have funny if they got placed together. Naruto chuckled at that idea. Team 7 is Naruto Uzumaki. Finally, his name. He popped his eyes open and leaned forward, smirking with confidence. Sakura Haruno. Hell yeah, Naruto exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table so hard it pulsed and ached. He clutched his other fist, and his smile widened. And Sasuke Uchiha. And just as fast his smile drooped completely, he sunk back into his seat, and his heart felt as if it had stopped. The worst possible person he could be put on a team with. Sure, he finally became a ninja, even though he should have failed, but it still felt as if someone had something against him. This was the cruelest of jokes, and he wasn't laughing. It took Irika-sensei while to go through the rest of the teams, but after the disheartening reveal as to his second team member, Naruto tuned the rest of the speech out. The winds were taken away from his sails. That does it, Irika-sensei said when he was done. Before you leave, come, get a slip of paper from me, which will tell you where your classroom is at. That's all. Naruto's mood was demolished upon the revelation that Sasuke would be on his team, but at least he got Sakura as well. That should be enough to placate his misery somewhat. He had to go to the classroom immediately. Like usual, he was fashionably late. It was intentional, not a mistake. After all, the hero never arrived on time. The mix of emotions he felt when seeing his teammates confused his soul. On one hand, the spiky, black-haired doofus with the most idiotic expression he'd ever seen on someone's face, resting his chin on the back of his hand. He really thought he was way cooler than he was, and it was infuriating. But on the other hand, Sakura, the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. Even being in close proximity to her made his heart race, and he blushed uncontrollably. Of course, neither of them were looking at him as he opened the door, which enraged him for some reason. Anger welled up until he sucked in a massive breath and gave them a first impression they'd never forget. The greatest ninja of all time, Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage, has arrived. Save your applause and praise. I can feel the reverence in your hearts. He slammed the door behind him as he darted into the room. He stood up straight, placed a wide, confident smile on his face, and held one arm, fist closed, across his chest, trying to signify an elite demeanor and battle readiness. But their response was to simply ignore him. Neither of them altered their poses or gaze, like they were mocking him. This poured even more fire into the pit of rage. "Hey, are you guys listening to me?" Naruto exclaimed, anchoring a clutched fist at them. Sasuke slowly twisted his head to face Naruto. His expression was blank. "What are you screaming about, loser?" Sasuke asked, his tone emotionless. "What was that, you fucking jerk?" Naruto stammered. "I dare you to say that to my face." "I just did, idiot." "I mean closer. Stand up and come over to me, coward." "Shut up, Naruto," Sakura chimed in. "You're not worth his time." Then she turned. "Right, Sasuke." Sakura's tone suddenly softened when she spoke to him, as if he were the only man in the world. Naruto couldn't fathom what she, or any other woman, saw in the guy. Literally all he had going for him was his looks, and even that was debatable. Sasuke just released a large, disinterested breath, which only made Naruto even more hot. But before he could respond, footsteps rung from outside. Naruto turned around, and a moment later a man with long, spiky, silver hair that was squeezed closer to the center of his head and a black mask covering his face walked through. "It seems you guys are lively already," he said, as he walked to the desk in front of the classroom and grabbing a clipboard. "Huh? Who are you?" Sakura asked. "Kakashi Hitaki," he replied. "And would you three happen to be Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha?" "Yeah, that's us," Sakura said. "That's great then. I happen to be your new sensei. Nice to meet you. Do you happen to have a name?" Sasuke asked. "Kakashi Hitaki," he said, matter of fact. He stroked his chin. "My first impression is, you're all a bunch of idiots." Naruto's body warmed up tremendously, and he clutched both of his fists. He slammed one of them on his desk and pointed a finger on his opposite hand at Kakashi. "What the hell? What do we do, asshole?" Naruto exclaimed. "Was that not you three bickering like banshees?" Damn, he heard that. Naruto supposed he shouldn't be surprised since the door was wide open. First impressions are crucial when joining a team for the first time, and you guys aren't off on a good foot right now. "What about your first impression?" Naruto said. "Isn't it bad form for a sensei to come in and immediately insult his new students?" "I just call it like I see it. Sorry if it offended you." Sasuke scoffed. "Is that all you came here to do?" "Not at all." His voice was still calm and smooth. "I came to collect the three of you. Meet me at the training field. We're getting right into physical training without any preamble." Sakura asked. "That's right. I believe the best kind of teaching is first-hand experience. Oh, and I hope you didn't eat anything this morning or you'll throw up." Kakashi was very casual when trotting to the training field. He wasn't in that much of a hurry. He'd never passed any students in the past, and he couldn't imagine things would change now, especially with this group of losers. This may have been the most disappointing bunch yet, considering that they consisted of Minato-sensei's son and the last living member of the Uchiha clan, but their first introduction was laughably bad. At first, Kakashi wondered what possessed Iruka to place a nobody like Sakura Haruno in the same squad as an Uchiha, and a boy who's not only an Uzumaki, but also the offspring of a previous Hokage. But after meeting them, it was clear. They're made for each other. An antisocial pretty boy, a weak, arrogant loser, and a pretty girl who only cares about boys. The Academy's passing standards must be getting weak. Before he could get to the training field, he was suddenly stopped by Iruka. He was jogging and was taking deep breaths as he stopped. He bent down and held his knees as his breathing slowed. Then he rose up. His face showed a crooked frown. "What's up, Iruka?" Kakashi asked. He wasn't that interested in what Iruka wanted to say. He was just trying to be polite. "Kakashi, are you busy?" Iruka asked. "I was heading to the training field to do our inaugural introductions and training." "Why? Do you mind if we chat in private first?" "I suppose not, but make it quick." Iruka brought Kakashi to an academy classroom. Nobody else, not a student or teacher, could be seen throughout the halls. Iruka flicked the light on in one of the classrooms, and he closed the door after they both entered. "Good. Nobody can hear us talk here," Iruka said. "What did you want to talk about? I'm kind of in a hurry here." "Kakashi, I want you to give up leadership of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke," he said. "Excuse me? I don't want you teaching them. I disagree with your methods." So that's what this is about. He had to admit Iruka is far from the first person to confront him about this, and he probably wouldn't be the last either. Still, this is the first time someone asked him to specifically drop several of his own students. In the past, it was mere disdain about the methods in general. "What if I say no?" Kakashi asked. "Well, I suppose I can't force you," Iruka said with a chuckle as he scratched the back of his head. "If you don't like me, then why did you give them to me in the first place?" "I didn't. The Hokage placed each sensei with their respective teams." That's right, Kakashi forgot. The Hokage took over the duties of deciding which sensei should go with what team this time around. Then you should talk to the Hokage about it. I did, but he didn't believe me that this is a problem. Then what's the issue? Don't you trust Lord Hokage? I do, but... Irika trailed off for a moment, grimaced, then grabbed a folder and flopped it before Kakashi on the table. I've read your files. You've been a teacher for close to a decade, but you've never passed a single student that's been assigned to you. Do you think my teaching is too strict? Obviously, it is. How can you justify never passing any prospective ninja that have come your way in almost 10 years? Because ninja are getting weaker, and we need as high of standards as humanly possible. If we got caught up in a war right now, we'd be annihilated. First of all, there hasn't been a crisis since the Nine Tails incident 12 years ago. Second, these standards won't create an army of strong ninja. It'll only greatly reduce the number of ninja we have available and force the worse. Do you really believe that? Or are you being biased because your former students are the ones who have been assigned to me this time? What was that? Irika exclaimed, scowling. I shouldn't have to remind you that a ninja should never let his emotions get involved in his duties. It'll only lead to disaster. That's a pretty low accusation, Kakashi. And besides, they aren't your students anymore, Irika Yumino. They're mine. And I'll use whatever methods I feel are best to whip them into shape, if that's even possible. You know who Naruto and Sasuke are, don't you? Would you really fail the last Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox? If I feel it's necessary, yes. With no regret, Kakashi left without another word. Irika kept talking, but he ignored every word. As harsh as he was being, he did understand where Irika was coming from. But these are the methods that he felt were necessary to produce the strongest, most disciplined ninja. Despite the time he wasted, he still walked casually to the training field. It was still daytime, so they had plenty of time to train. His training didn't usually last very long before the genin flunked out anyways. Surprisingly, all three of them were already here by the time he arrived. He expected that at least Naruto would be absent. The three of them were sitting on the ground, looking extremely bored. They should have already been at least doing some sparring among each other. These lazy kids are the ones Irika was trying to convince him to not fail. It's ridiculous. The first to notice Kakashi was Naruto. He immediately jumped up. A scornful expression crossed his face, and he pointed at Kakashi with great force. It's about damn time you got here, he exclaimed. Seriously, what took you so long? Sakura asked. Shouldn't the teacher be the first person to arrive? Sorry, I had something I had to take care of, Kakashi said. I hope you took my advice and didn't eat this morning. Yeah, what was the deal with that anyways? What kind of training could make you vomit? Naruto asked. Any kind of useful training as far as I'm concerned, Kakashi said. So what's our training going to consist of anyways? Sakura asked. Kakashi made his way past them and turned around, sitting on a stump. I figured it'd be good to do introductions first. Tell everyone a little bit about ourselves. Please sit. The three of them looked around, as if trying to magically summon chairs. They then plopped on the grass. So, what do you want us to say about ourselves? Sakura asked. Your names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, things like that. Shouldn't you tell us about yourself first? Sasuke asked. You're the sensei after all. Yeah, he's right. Naruto said. We should know about you too. Sakura nodded. Me? My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I don't feel like telling you guys about my likes and dislikes. I've never really thought about my future dream. As for my hobbies, I have many, he said. Naruto and Sakura looked at each other, frowning disapprovingly. In the end, isn't all we know his name? Sakura said. Yeah, Naruto whispered, nodding. Now you guys, I'm interested to hear this, Kakashi said. Naruto smirked and rose quickly, one foot on the ground and the opposite knee positioned beside it. He pointed at Kakashi. All right, I'll start, he exclaimed. He pointed at himself with his thumb. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I intend to become the next Hokage. He got right to the point, and it caught Kakashi off guard. He knew who Naruto's father was, but due to his circumstances, he never figured he'd have the dream of becoming Hokage himself. Then the whole village will stop disrespecting me and start treating me like I'm somebody. Somebody important. Naruto adjusted his headband. Sakura looked at him with a bemused expression, but Sasuke just stared forward, as if he didn't hear what he said. That explains it. It's a selfish reason, but he understood. He was always bullied and avoided because of the demon trapped inside of him. A reason that he can't control. Anybody would covet respect and admiration. But as it stands right now, he had no faith in his ability to achieve this goal. As for my hobbies, Naruto continued as he sat back down, crossing his legs. I haven't really thought about it. I pretty much always train. There's a few other things he tends to do in the village too, but of course he wouldn't mention that. And my likes, he said, but trailed off. He glanced over at Sakura, but when she returned his glare, he looked away quickly. His cheeks tinted with a light, faded red. Could he be any more transparent? I like instant ramen, he said finally. But even better than that is the ramen at Ichiraku. I eat there all the time, and the old man who owns the place even lets me eat for free often. What I dislike is the 3 minutes after you pour the hot water in the instant ramen, because I have to wait to eat it. If I had to choose a hobby, it would be eating and comparing instant ramen, although none of them compare to Ichiraku. He's definitely an interesting kid, going from a dream like becoming Hokage to likes, dislikes, and hobbies as boring as that. I'm next, Sakura said, raising her hand. My name is Sakura Haruno. I didn't come from any ninja clan and only entered the academy because I want to make a name for myself and also make my parents proud. I enjoy cultivating flowers, but also playing sports. My favorite is archery. For the first time, Kakashi gave her some focus. Those were two hobbies that many would consider on opposite sides of the spectrum, but to Kakashi, it made her interesting. As for what I like, the person I like, her voice became softer and her cheeks reddened as she glanced over at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't offer her the same. He acted like he didn't even know he had teammates. And my hobbies, she turned her head forward again. He could just barely make out her words by this point. And what about your dislikes? Kakashi asked. Naruto, Sakura replied, her voice rising quickly, her tone stern and with conviction. What? Naruto exclaimed. He jolted at that, a crooked frown burning his face. Sakura, don't you think that's kind of harsh? What's wrong with me? You're annoying, she said matter of fact. Harsh, but he couldn't say he disagreed. Still, what's with this team? He hasn't had a more openly horny genin assigned to him in almost a decade of being a teacher. There's no way they'd make it. We've got one left, Kakashi said. Naruto and Sakura faced Sasuke as he spoke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I'm the last living member of my clan. The atmosphere suddenly got colder as he said that. Naruto and Sakura didn't say anything and didn't waver their gaze from him, but Kakashi could just feel that they were getting more uncomfortable. He wasn't telling the whole truth. His brother, Itachi, was still alive, but he understood why he wouldn't disclose that information. My only hobby is training, and I don't have any specific likes or dislikes. My dream isn't really a dream at all, but a goal, and one that I will achieve. I've dedicated my entire life for one purpose, and that is to kill a certain someone. At least he was unique compared to his teammates. He was omitting a lot of information. Kakashi knew what he was referring to. He figured he could at least work with this as a sensei. Naruto's face twisted nervously, and Sakura frowned in concern. He could only imagine what was on their minds now. Perhaps this team wouldn't be so bad after all. If they did base his test, they might at least entertain him. Are we done here yet? Let's get to the training, Naruto exclaimed. Hate to admit it, but I agree, Sakura said. Yeah, we should know enough about each other now. I want to get past this quickly so we can start going on missions, Sasuke said. For once, Naruto agreed with Sasuke. It was crazy how long they'd been sitting here. Ninjas should be fighting, learning new jutsu. It seemed like their new sensei was just delaying them for no reason. Kakashi nodded. I suppose we can get to the point of this meeting now. Kakashi stood up, dug through his pocket, and pulled out 3 silver bells with tiny rope attached to them. He stuck them to his waist on the backside of his ninja tool pouch. It's quite simple. You just need to take these bells from my side. That's it. It was unnerving the way he said everything so matter-of-fact, even when they were statements as phenomenally absurd as that. That's all, Sasuke said. Even the idiot could see how ridiculous this task was. Don't sound so relaxed. This won't be an easy task, Kakashi said. Common, how hard can it possibly be? There's no way you can defend tiny bells on your side that are so far away from your common defense positions. Wow, that's actually pretty smart, Naruto. Didn't know you knew anything about martial arts, Sakura said. Don't sound so surprised now, it's hurtful, Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi-sensei reached back into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out something else. This time it was a book. He flipped it open and began reading it. None of them could say anything at what they were witnessing. Even Sasuke was speechless, and he was usually the first to run his mouth. What in the hell are you doing? Naruto said. I thought this was training, and now you're reading a book. Feel free to come at me whenever you want. I'm ready, Kakashi-sensei said with a calm, soothing tone. Wait a minute, Sasuke said. Yes? What's the matter? Kakashi asked. Yes, Sasuke, did you notice something? Sakura said. There's 3 of us, but only 2 bells. That means only 2 of us can pass the test. He didn't notice before, so caught up in his anger for being looked down upon, but he was right, as much as he hates to admit it. Hey, what's the deal with that? Naruto exclaimed. Yeah, does that mean only 2 of us can become ninja? Sakura asked. At least one of you is observant. That's correct. The purpose of this test is to determine which 2 of you are suited to be ninja. The other will fail and have to go back to the academy. The academy? Naruto stammered. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He spent 3 years struggling and suffering through the academy, finally passed, and got to be a ninja, and now there's a risk that he'll have to go back? This had to be some kind of sick joke. There's no way he could do that. Why the hell would you do that for? Naruto said, clutching both fists. Yeah, ninja teams always have to be in 3s. That's one of the first things we learned in the academy. Sakura said, plus, it won't be fair if only 2 of us can move on and has to abandon the 3rd. Yeah, what she said, this definitely isn't right, believe it. Whoever told you the life of a ninja is fair? Kakashi asked. If you want to live this life, there's many things you'll have to sacrifice. But not our teammates, that's cruel, Sakura said. Naruto couldn't believe that Sakura was agreeing with him now. But then again, any reasonable person will be making these arguments, no matter how they felt about a person. This was an insane test he was forcing them to take. I'm cruel. Kakashi's voice suddenly sunk into a dark growl, and then he went silent and motionless. If you don't like that, then you'll really hate what I have to say next. You have a time limit too. He pulled out a handheld alarm clock, set the timer, and set it on a rock near the edge of the training field. You have 2 hours to take these bells from me. If you don't succeed, not only will you fail the test, but you won't get lunch later. I made a delicious meal for the 3 of you, but you have to win to get it. The book he was holding completely covered his face, so even his large, black mask wasn't visible to them. He was mocking them, and it made rage boil over Naruto's body. His heart throbbed like a hurricane, his body became hot, and he gave up all sense of rationality or reason. Naruto darted for Kakashi-sensei, raised his arm up in the air, fist clutched, and gritted his teeth. I'm going to punch you, he exclaimed. He leaped into the air high above Kakashi and plummeted to the ground. When he reached him, he extended his arm for a punch, but all Kakashi had to do was hold up the back of his hand, which easily blocked Naruto's attack. He kept holding his book with his other hand, not so much as offering him a glance. He fell to the ground and quickly swiped his leg towards Kakashi's. He hopped faster than Naruto could see, and before he could react, swiftly spun around and kicked him in the face. Naruto had never faced an opponent so fast before. Even Mizuki wasn't this fast. In fact, he was kind of a breeze, even though it did drain his chakra. He thought about using the multi-shadow clone jutsu again, since nobody could possibly stand up against 100 opponents, no matter who that opponent is, but he didn't want to hurt him too bad. Just one clone should be fine. He'd test him before busting out the huge guns. He put up the hand sign for the jutsu, but before he could get out a word, Kakashi was already in front of him. His sensei's leg flashed before his face, and in an instant he was struck by his foot. It cracked across his mouth. His vision went blank. Every inch of his body slapped and scraped and hit as he tumbled away. He scrambled to his feet and opened his eyes as soon as he stopped. He was quite a ways behind Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi stood straight before them, still holding his open book with one hand, his other hand dangling to his side. "You're doing a great job convincing me that my first impression of you being a pack of losers was wrong," Kakashi said. Naruto had never been more heated his entire life. There's nothing he hates more than being mocked, even if it was an elite jonin that was doing it. "Way to go, idiot," Sasuke said. "What was that, jerk?" Naruto exclaimed. "You heard him," Sakura chimed in. "We're ninja. We're not supposed to attack our enemies out in the open. But how am I supposed to be cool and get noticed if I don't do that?" "You're not supposed to want that," Sakura said. A lump of pain rose from his head as she struck him. He grabbed and caressed it with both hands. "That hurts, Sakura, Kamen. You're the one person I want to get along with." Naruto said, "Maybe if you weren't such a dumbass, we could get along." "That's enough, both of you," Sasuke exclaimed. "Look at him over there, he's mocking us. If you want him to take us seriously, we need to get those bells." "But only 2 of us can pass," Naruto pointed out. "We can deal with that later. Sign if he's willing to send one of us back to the academy if we succeed. I would bet he'd be just as willing to do that to all 3 of us if we fail." "This is a lose-lose situation," Sakura cried. "Just like the life of a ninja," Sasuke lamented. "Naruto, Sakura, are you willing to listen to my plan?" "You know I am, Sasuke," Sakura said, her voice light and fluffy. They both turned to him. "As much as I hate it, I hate his condescending attitude more. I want to kick in the face and show him what we're truly made of. Believe it," he said. "What's on your mind, Sasuke?" "First, we need to hide. When I send the signal, we strike him from all angles," Sasuke said. "We can't worry about fighting fair against an opponent like him. I'm not sure what you guys are capable of, but I'll trust that you have something you'll be able to use to assault him." No problems over here, believe it," Naruto exclaimed. "You can count on me, Sasuke," Sakura replied with a nod. "Okay, go. Hide wherever you think would be good," Sasuke said. The 3 of them quickly left the spot. Naruto landed in a thick bush on the edge of the training field. He scanned the area. Sasuke and Sakura were in their own bushes, not far from him. Kakashi just kept standing in place, reading his book without motion or emotion, occasionally flipping the pages. With Kakashi not doing or saying anything, the thought crossed Naruto's mind once again that he could just jump out and strike him, stealing the bells from under his nose, but he had to forcefully remove that notion from his mind. He remembered only moments ago when he tried that and he got his ass kicked. Somehow, he still didn't understand how, when the guy didn't even offer him a glance a single time during their confrontation. He supposed that was what it meant to be a jonin, an elite ninja. Sasuke stuck a kunai knife out of his bush and leaned forward, preparing to attack, but Naruto signaled for him to wait. Surprisingly, he did as he was told, and Naruto put up a hand sign. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he whispered. The clone emerged from the bush and chucked some shuriken at Kakashi, but he swapped his book to his other hand, spun around, and caught the shuriken by sticking his fingers through them. They continued to spin for a few more seconds before they stopped. He closed his hands around the shuriken, then quickly popped it open and tossed them towards the bush that Sakura was hiding in. Naruto created 2 more clones without thinking and sent them to her location, But they didn't even get halfway there before Kakashi tossed additional shuriken and struck them down as they exploded in puffs of white smoke. Naruto summoned more clones and sent them in once again. From Naruto's perspective, Kakashi seemed to be getting more tense, with his legs spreading and also moving around more, but he still didn't drop his book. As he continuously spun around, throwing shuriken and kunai at Naruto's clones, the book remained in his hand, stuck between just two fingers. As soon as he turned his back to him again, Naruto himself bolted from the bush. As he got closer to Kakashi, time seemed to slow. Images passed through his mind of Kakashi suddenly turning and kicking him in the face again. But shockingly, that didn't happen. He remained back turned as Naruto reached him and locked his arms around Kakashi's, holding them as tight as he could. Kakashi leaned back, then forward, flexing his muscles, attempting to pull his arms in every direction, but nothing worked. He was stuck. A large grin spread across Naruto's entire face. Kakashi glanced back to him. Naruto couldn't see his face because of his mask, but he had to imagine that his lips were twisted in absolute terror by this point. Suddenly, two more of Naruto's clones emerged from the lake nearby. When a splash of water finished dripping away from them, Kakashi gasped. The clones fall towards Kakashi at high speed, each one clutching a fist and anchoring their arms back in a punching stance. "You underestimated me, sensei. Now it's time for your lumps. Prepare yourself. This is gonna hurt, asshole." Multi-Shadow Clone. That's an extremely high-level jutsu. How is that possible? Kakashi exclaimed. "I've got lots of tricks up my sleeves." It was a second before the clones reached him. Naruto blinked for a mere second, and when he opened again, Kakashi was gone, and in his place was one of Naruto's own clones. One of the clones that was previously about to attack him. The face of his other clone dropped, and his own face followed. Naruto released the clone he was holding before it was punched in the face, and both of them vanished in unison. He leaped far back. When he stopped, he heard someone walking behind him. He turned his head with a start, but it was too late. He didn't know what it was, but something long and hard stabbed into his butt. Pain rippled through his cheeks and his legs. Naruto released a large, defeated sigh, and he was propelled through the air. He fell fast and uncontrollably, striking the water face first, slowly sinking to the lake's depths. He held his behind for a bit, stroking it until the pain subsided. Then he stopped sinking when he reached the pitch darkness of the lake, turned, and began swimming towards the top. That was the cheapest trick he'd ever seen, and he'd get payback for it. He hoped that Sasuke and Sakura hadn't already pounded Kakashi into the ground, as he wanted his chance to give him some lumps. The idiot's body rained out of the sky and splashed with incredible force into the lake. Sasuke couldn't believe the situation. His act might have fooled himself, and he wouldn't even be surprised if Sakura was caught off guard for a moment. But Sasuke wasn't shocked from the outcome, and he could be damn sure that Kakashi wasn't. The way he underestimated his enemies was mind-boggling. It's as if he never paid attention at all in the academy. Jonin were elite ninja, living weapons, one-man armies. Simple juvenile tricks like that would never be able to trick them. Even when it seemed like he was caught, it was clearly just a part of his plan. But he did learn something from Naruto's failure, that their new sensei enjoys toying with his enemies. Sasuke smirked. He did find it rather amusing, but he couldn't allow himself to be tricked like Naruto was. He looked over to where Sakura was hiding. He sighed and returned his attention to their opponent. He had to have faith that she avoided those attacks. And surely, Kakashi wouldn't have thrown them at her if he didn't think she couldn't evade them, right? That brought him to the most concerning fact. If he knew where Sakura was, he had probably already detected Sasuke. And yet, he wasn't doing anything. For the first time, he started to emphasize with Naruto as he clutched his hand around a kunai. He also didn't like being mocked, but he couldn't act rashly. He had to wait and look for an opening. After a while, Kakashi turned his back to Sasuke. Surely he wouldn't leave himself open that quickly. He had to test him to find out. Sasuke tossed his kunai directly towards Kakashi's head. It got dangerously close to hitting, But at the last second, he flung his body so fast Sasuke could barely detect and deflected with his own kunai. And a second later, he locked eyes with Sasuke and glared at him. Sasuke immediately bolted. He made a huge mistake attacking when he did. A single kunai? Still, he'd never seen someone so fast before. He was being mocked. Sasuke thought he was testing his sensei, but he was the one being tested the whole time. He reached Sakura, quickly expecting her to be hiding, but she was collapsed on the ground. Her pink hair was unkempt and littered with dirt, her red chongasm dress tattered. He wrapped his arms around her and flipped her over. Her face was bruised. "Sakura, are you okay?" Sasuke whispered as he lightly slapped her cheek. After a moment, her body jolted, and she creaked her eyes open. She froze for a second, then leaned into Sasuke, strangling him with her arms, tears drenching her face. "Oh, Sasuke, I'm so glad you're okay," she exclaimed. "What are you talking about? I haven't even been attacked yet," he said as he roughly ripped Sakura's arms off of him and pushed her away. "What? But I saw you. You had dozens of kunai and shuriken sticking out of your body, and you were drenched in blood." He paused. It wasn't long before the answer came to him, and he blurted it out without thinking. "Genjutsu. Genjutsu? The illusion abilities of ninja. Yeah, our sensei is really playing dirty." "Is it really cheap, though?" Sakura asked. "After all, these are probably common abilities we'll have to deal with on actual missions." Sasuke chuckled. "I suppose you're not wrong there. I see you're finally starting to understand the point of this test." Kakashi's unmistakable snark filled Sasuke's ears. He quickly turned in the direction of the noise and grabbed a kunai. Sakura scrambled to her feet beside him and retrieved her own. "Stay behind me, Sakura. I'll take the lead." She nodded. "Where's Naruto?" Sakura asked. "In the pitch-black depths of a lake's surface, if I had to guess," Kakashi said nonchalant, with his eyes never redirecting from his book. "Are you trying to kill us or something?" "So far, I haven't had to try very hard. If I wanted you dead, the three of you would be dead already." Of course he was right. A trio of genin would be no match for a single-skilled jonin. But he couldn't blame Sakura for being off-put by how hard he was going in on them. They certainly never dealt with anything close to this in the academy. They were back to Kakashi not moving at all. It seemed like his method of testing them was doing nothing for a while, and whenever someone attacks, he defends himself and then does one or two attacks before returning to the status quo. Sasuke suddenly got another idea. He dropped his kunai and weaved 6 hand signs. Snake, ram, monkey boar, horse, tiger. A jutsu he learned when he was a mere 7 years old. A prerequisite for manhood in the Uchiha clan. He charged forward, took a deep breath, leaned back, then forward and blew as hard as he could. "What? Genin can't use fire jutsu. It takes too much chakra. There's no way," Kakashi exclaimed as he leaped back. But a large stream of fire did emanate from Sasuke's mouth. His throat scorched. It felt as if he swallowed several hot coals. The fire grew extremely big and formed a ball. It almost looked like how the sun appeared in the daytime sky. In response, Kakashi did several different hand signs, then clasped his hands on the ground, where a massive wall of brown, lumpy stone emerged from the ground. The wall exploded, rubble thrown everywhere, and smoke from the dissipated fire spread all around them. Kakashi emerged from the smoke foot first. Sasuke blocked his kick with the back of his hand, stepped to the side, and aimed a punch for his temple. He grabbed his wrist and held it tight, causing pain to ripple down his arm. Kakashi used his other arm to strike Sasuke in the chest, sending him flying. He landed on his feet, wobbling only a little. Sakura approached Kakashi from behind. She manages to get her kunai close to his neck, but right before it connects, he sunk low, reached behind himself without even looking, grabbed her arm with both hands, and flipped her over his head, tossing her close to Sasuke. She landed on her side, but quickly scrambled back to her feet. "So you really are an Uchiha?" Kakashi said. "Did you have doubts?" Sasuke replied. "Not particularly. I just wanted to make sure you weren't a poser, or a failure to your clan's legendary name? Kakashi responded. You're definitely the most talented of this trio. That shouldn't be surprising, should it? Now let's keep going. I'm just getting warmed up. Sasuke scanned the area for a moment, then tossed several shuriken at him. Once again, he disappeared a second before they struck him in his place with several shuriken of his own, which deflected Sasuke's, and then 4 kunai targeting Sakura. Sasuke leaped in front of her and deflected them with a kunai of his own. Kakashi was gone. He looked all around anxiously. Stay close to me, Sakura, he said as he put an arm on her shoulder. She acted really weird suddenly, trembling for a moment, then looking away with a start. I can take care of myself, Sasuke, she said timidly. I'm sure you can, but we have to work together if we're going to pass this test. She nodded. We should search for Naruto, too. I thought you hated him. I do, but that doesn't mean I want him to die. Sakura said, and he fell in the lake. He's a failure, but he can at least swim. He'll be fine. That's one of the few classes that he excelled at in the academy. Really? The men and women's swimming classes were separate, so I didn't know. Sasuke sighed. But you are right. We should reunite with him soon. Try to come up with a plan. The two of them ventured into the forest again until they returned to the main part of the training field. Just as they were talking about him, Naruto was treading in the lake. He climbed out, water dripping and splashing off of him. They must have been fighting Kakashi separately from him for less time than he thought. Naruto could be faintly heard grumbling under his breath, but not his exact words. Hey, look, he shouted suddenly. He ran to a nearby tree where there was a bell laying on the ground, inside of a larger rope. Wow, how lucky. He must have dropped it by accident. Well, guess I can't be blamed for taking advantage of his mistake. That's what a ninja would do after all, right? Sorry, Sasuke and Sakura, but I can't afford to fail here. Even he can't be that stupid. Surely he's joking and is trying to trick Kakashi. But it seemed not, as he reached out for it. Naruto, don't, Sakura shouted, but Sasuke covered her mouth and pulled her back, muffling her words to what sounded like inaudible grunts. He grabbed the bell. The rope suddenly moved, wrapped around his leg, and hoisted him into the air and flipped him upside down. He dropped the bell. As he dangled there, screaming and wiggling around, Kakashi emerged from behind the tree and stood before him. What kind of idiot are you? Kakashi asked. That took the words right out of both of their mouths. Tell me about it, Sakura whispered. There's no way an elite ninja like him would accidentally drop the bell. Does he even think? Unlikely, Sasuke lamented. A ninja needs to always be aware of his surroundings. Think 5 steps ahead of his enemy. A true shinobi would never fall for such an obvious trap. This is one of the first things you learn in the academy. I get it already. I'm telling you this because you don't get it. You think you get it, which is not the same as actually getting it. Get it? Just shut up and get me down from here already. Do it yourself. Fine. Naruto leaned up and sliced the rope with a kunai. Before he touched the ground, he spun around in midair and aimed a kick at Kakashi's face. He effortlessly sidestepped out of the way of it. I'd work harder if I were you. You won't get lunch if you don't get a bell by noon. Fine then, how about this? Attack. As he said that, a massive tidal wave emerged from the lake, and when the water cleared there had to be a dozen clones. No, 2 dozen. They hit the ground one after the other and charged for Kakashi. What the? They're not images, they're real. How can he do that? Sakura asked. You didn't notice that about the ones he made earlier? No. But even with that, this is way more than before. An impressive number for sure, even for a high-level ninja. At one moment, he acts like an idiot, falling for the most obvious of traps, and the next thing we see him performing such a high-level and cool jutsu like this. Is he screwing with us? Sometimes I wonder, Sas said. She was right. It didn't make any sense. He was a loser, a failure. He was the worst student in the academy. It was a miracle he even passed in the first place. And most of their training so far has shown him be absolutely useless and idiotic. But then there's this. As much as Sasuke hated to admit it, he just couldn't read him. He supposed that was a valuable skill for a ninja in and of itself. The real question is whether or not that's intentional on his side of things. Of course, Kakashi handled the clones pretty well, but the clash lasted longer than he expected. He didn't know if this was Naruto's plan or not, but as they did battle, Kakashi slowly turned his back to them. Sasuke instantly lashed out once he found his opening, throwing shuriken again. Kakashi flung one of Naruto's clones around, which took the shuriken instead, but Sasuke expected that. He darted around, then formed some hand signs and used fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. This jutsu was similar to the fireball jutsu he used previously, except they were several fireballs and much smaller than the giant one, arranged in the form of a flower. Kakashi leaped out of the way, but Sasuke followed him. He couldn't give him time to rest or figure out his plan. Kakashi blocked his kick by his stomach and punched by his face. Sasuke ducked under while Kakashi's hands were up high and made a Hail Mary attempt to reach out for the bell. They did jingle very briefly, but then Kakashi leaped for back, sliding to a rough stop. Sasuke stood up straight, staring him down. "I'd be careful when facing me, Sensei. I'm not like Naruto and Sakura." Kakashi nodded. "Oh, you're different from the others, that's for sure. I almost made a major mistake there. But I don't think you have time to talk. It's almost noon." Then the bell rang. The ringing filled Sasuke's ears, so for a moment that was all he could hear beyond the wind or even his own thoughts, and it was piercing and painful. "Oops, looks like time's up now. Damn it, I wasted too much time," Sasuke exclaimed. Without a word, Kakashi retrieved a couple of kunai and threw them toward a giant stone where set the alarm clock earlier. They whizzed past the stone, and Naruto leaped into plain view. "Didn't think I'd notice you over there, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "You're lucky the test ended before you successfully ate lunch without permission, because if you succeeded, your punishment would be far worse." Sasuke didn't even notice him leave. The idiot was usually the opposite of stealthy, but then he decides to move without any semblance of a sound when he's hungry. Sasuke and Sakura trotted to a trio of logs and sat before them. Kakashi forcefully tied Naruto to the middle long with thick, brown rope. Sasuke clutched his fists. It's been a while since he's been this angry. The only thing he can think of was the incident 5 years prior. This couldn't be how everything ended. All his training and struggle. Was it all for nothing? "You guys must be hungry," Kakashi said as he stood before them. Sasuke's stomach rumbled. It felt like something was trying to bust out, but he refused to let it show on his face, no matter how painful it got. He looked over to Naruto and Sakura, who weren't as skilled with keeping their feelings hidden. Both of them had crooked frowns. Sakura held her stomach. "Oh, about this exercise? I've decided. I won't send any of you back to the academy." "Really?" Naruto said. His face suddenly lit up with joy, his mouth widened, and he leaned forward as much as he could. "Yay, that's what I'm talking about," Sakura exclaimed. She leaped up and down, waving her arms in excitement. "Then that means all three of us will," Naruto said. "That's right," Kakashi said. "All three of you are being dropped from the program. Permanently." Naruto and Sakura suddenly silenced, and Sasuke felt as if his heart stopped. He quickly grabbed a kunai and bolted as fast as he could for Kakashi. He slashed towards him, but Kakashi gripped his hand, twisted the kunai out of it, turned him around, and slammed him on the ground. He put one foot on top of Sasuke's head and sat on his back, using his full weight to keep him pinned. Sasuke's chin painfully dug into the dirt and grass. "Let me go, asshole," Sasuke muttered. "I won't let you do this to me." "You think it's all about you, don't you?" Kakashi said. "Let go of Sasuke. You can't step on him like he's some kind of bug," Sakura exclaimed. "You don't know what it means to be a ninja," Kakashi said. "You think it's a game, huh?" Sasuke thought no such thing. He had to become a ninja to complete his dream, to fulfill his life's purpose, to kill that man. It was his only reason for living. He never once thought of this path as fun and games. "Why do you think we put you on squads? Did you consider that question for one moment?" Kakashi asked. "I don't know what you mean," Sakura said. I mean, you never realized what this exercise was all about. What it's about, Naruto said. Yes, that's what determines whether you pass or fail. But, I mean, I wanted to ask you that from the beginning, Sakura said timidly. Use your head. 3 people on a squad. Why do you think we would do that? I don't get what you're saying. How are we supposed to know why you picked 3 people? We didn't make the rules, Naruto said. Kakashi sighed disappointingly. It's so basic. It's one of the first things you learned in the academy. Teamwork. You mean, just working together? That's it, Sakura said. That's what I'm saying. Not that it matters anymore. But if all 3 of you came at me all at once, from every angle, you might have been able to steal some bells. It wouldn't have been a guaranteed success, but it wouldn't have been a guaranteed failure either. Of course, Sasuke knew that. The others did too. Surely he heard them discussing it at the beginning. But that didn't work. They put together a completely incompatible team. Anyway, it's over. Wait a minute, Sakura said, jumping up. You set it up with 3 people, but only 2 bells. If we worked together and got the bells, only 2 of us could keep them, and that would lead to group conflict, and the squad would break up. Exactly, he said tiredly. I purposefully pitted you against each other. Sakura clutched her fist, and Naruto's mouth hung open in disbelief. I wanted to see if you could overcome that and put the squad above yourselves. A genin should have a natural feel for teamwork. It seemed to cross your mind in the beginning, but you dropped the idea the moment you realized there was inherent conflict in the way you were put together in your personalities. He really thought of everything. Obviously, he noticed that they considered teamwork at the start, but they did give up on it before long. Even though it was partially consciously, some it might have been subconscious as well. Their subconscious desire to rise above and show up, even their own teammates. When he puts it that way, it does sound pretty pathetic. Sakura, you obsessed over Sasuke who was gone, but Naruto was right in front of you, and you wouldn't lift a finger to help him. Sakura frowned and sighed. Naruto, you do everything on your own. Everything. Of course, if I'm going to be the future Hokage, I should be able to do everything by myself. A Hokage doesn't need help. The Hokage is all-powerful, unbeatable. You've got that backwards. The Hokage can only be as strong as he is because of the allies he's cultivated over the course of decades of experience as a ninja. It's not just his own power that hoisted him to that position, but the faith his people put in him and that he had in his people. Naruto leaned back, a depressed frown crawling across his face. And you, Sasuke, Kakashi said, pressing his foot harder into Sasuke's head. Dirt scattered into Sasuke's eyes, and he had to shut them. You thought the others were so far beneath you, they were worthless. Arrogance. Kakashi lightened up a little bit on Kakashi's head so Sasuke could open his eyes, but he still couldn't move from that spot. Ninja missions are carried out in squads. Of course you need individual skills, but teamwork is the most essential element. Every shinobi understands this. When individuals put themselves above the squad, this can lead to failure and death. For example, he grabbed a kunai from his punch and pressed it against Sasuke's neck. It pierced only slightly, drawing a dribble of blood. Sakura, kill Naruto now or Sasuke dies. Naruto screamed in shock, and Sakura covered her mouth, only a few faint whimpers making their way out. That's what happens on a mission, Kakashi said, as he removed his kunai from Sasuke's neck, putting it back in his pouch. The enemy takes a hostage, and you have to make a difficult choice, or somebody ends up dead. On every mission, your life is on the line. Kakashi stood and walked away. For a moment, all that could be heard was his footsteps, getting slightly before faint as he continued. Then he stopped. Did you take a look at this stone? On it are engraved the names of countless ninja who are honored as heroes in this village. Wow, that sounds really cool. All right, now I know what my first goal is. To get my name engraved on that stone as well, and be a true hero, Naruto exclaimed. The ninja listed on this stone are a special kind of hero, Kakashi said. Sasuke slowly rose to his feet and walked back to Naruto and Sakura. He had a feeling he knew where this was going. Really? Special? What does that mean? I bet it's awesome. All of the ninja on this stone are Kia. That sounds really badass. It means killed in action. They all died, Sakura said. Naruto froze. Then his smile sunk to a deep frown. He shifted his gaze to the side, and he groaned under his breath. This is a memorial stone. The names of my closest friends are engraved here. My family. My comrades. Sakura was silent aside from the occasional deep breath. Not just mine either, but the loved ones of everyone in the village who fought and gave their lives to ensure your prosperity. They're all here. Sasuke's body grew all warm. He grimaced, sticking his hands in his pockets, and peered at the ground. Kakashi turned to face them. All right, I'll give you one more chance, but I'm gonna make it much harder on you. You'll have 3 hours to get a bell. Eat lunch now to build up strength. But Naruto doesn't get any. Naruto gritted his teeth and grumbled. It's your punishment for breaking the rules and trying to eat by yourself, Kakashi said, as he came closer to them. And if anybody tries to feed him, that person will immediately fail. Sasuke grimaced and Naruto growled, but Kakashi's expression and body language didn't change at all. I make the rules and you follow them. Got it? He said in a low, almost demonic tone of voice. I'm leaving, Iruka said sternly. He stood in a large room with the third Hokage, draped in his Hokage robes of scarlet kimono and a thin white jacket partially covering the upper part, and the red and white bicorn hat on his head. He had a pointy gray goatee on his chin. Iruka, he said, his voice gruff and commanding. No matter what happens, those genin, you mustn't blame Kakashi. Iruka didn't say anything at first. There was nobody alive he respected more than Lord Hokage, but this was difficult. How could he expect this much from him? His students were at risk of being expelled because of Kakashi's insanely high standards. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, but if they fail, the only thing my heart will be able to do is blame Kakashi for it. He is their teacher, after all. I understand your feelings, the Hokage said. His speech was slow and methodical. But every Jonin teacher has the right to use whatever methods they feel are appropriate. But there aren't many Jonin in our village that could live up to his standards, Iruka said. Perhaps, the Hokage said, taking a puff from his pipe, blowing out the smoke, and holding it in his hand as he spoke. Or perhaps you don't have as much faith in the ninja of our village as you should. Lord Hokage, I've read the files on Kakashi's previous teams multiple times, and, well, I can't say I disagree with why he dropped them. Maybe he's too cryptic with how he teaches them, and should be more straightforward with the point of the exercise, but teamwork is the most essential tool in a ninja's arsenal. Few of them could grasp this concept, and the ones that could weren't able to accomplish the feat. The Hokage stood from his chair and walked out to the balcony, peering over the edge onto the village. It's safe to say that if he passed them, it wouldn't have been long before they were killed. Any teacher would want to avoid that at all costs. He knew Lord Hokage was right, of course. His wisdom was truly boundless. But he also couldn't help how he felt about the situation. If you really care about your students, Iruka, have faith in them. Trust that they will find a way to overcome obstacles that none of their predecessors could. Only a few minutes had passed since Kakashi left them to eat, but Naruto already felt like he was dying. His stomach grumbled what seemed to be non-stop, as if there was an earthquake in his belly. He frequently glanced to both sides, where Sasuke and Sakura were gleefully chowing down. The food looked so good, just seeing the bento that Kakashi made for them, and the way they were chewing away at them, seemed to make him more hungry. Naruto eventually lowered his head, sighed, and groaned under his breath. But then something surprising happened. Sasuke glanced at him and handed his food to Naruto. Sakura stopped eating. No, Sasuke, you can't do that. Didn't you hear what he said? You'll fail if you feed Naruto, Sakura said. Kakashi's gone. We need to get those bells as a team. If Naruto's hungry, he'll be weak and ineffective. That hurts the team and jeopardizes the mission. He never thought he'd be so happy to have Sasuke around, but Naruto was more starved than he'd ever been in his life. Sakura groaned and reached her bento out to him as well. The one person he did care about on the team. Maybe she didn't hate him after all and was just lying before to save face. She smiled at him. Sakura, thank you so much, Naruto said, holding back tears. Just shut up and eat already, Sakura said. But isn't that your food? Naruto asked. I'm on a diet. I mean, I don't eat as much as Sasuke. You can have it. Just eat already. Look at me. It's not like I can feed myself. I'm all tied up here. You'll have to feed me, unless you think you can undo my knots. Sakura scowled at him and gritted her teeth. Fine, but this is a one-time thing. I'm never doing this again. Is that clear, Naruto? Crystal clear, Sakura. Thank you so much. Sakura put some rice between her chopsticks. Naruto opened his mouth, and he snatched the food from her. He propelled it down his throat so fast he barely tasted it, but he knew it was good. But more than that, it satisfied his stomach. He didn't know how long it had been since he'd eaten. Probably not incredibly long, to be fair. But for Naruto, not eating for 12 hours is unheard of, so it felt longer than it really was. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted not far away from them. Rubble crashed into them, and the wind rustled their clothes. The aftermath was so strong that Naruto had to squeeze his eyes shut. You! Kakashi shouted as he emerged from the smoke. Naruto unleashed an ear-piercing scream. Was he watching them this whole time? It seemed their sensei was never short on the cheap tricks. You broke the rules. Now, are you ready for your punishment? Kakashi formed some hand signs. Moments later, the sky was filled with dark, ominous clouds. Lightning whizzed across them, and the crack of thunder drummed on their ears. Naruto's heart raced so fast it felt like it would burst out his chest. But, you said, Naruto tried to speak, but a combination of fear, along with his teeth chattering due to the shaking of the earth around them, made it difficult. Yes? What did I say? You said that there was 3 of us. That's what you said, and that's why Sakura and Sasuke. We're all on this squad, and we're all in it together, Sasuke said. Yeah, that's right. We gave our lunch to him because the 3 of us are one, Sakura said. Naruto looked at Sasuke, then Sakura, and then nodded. Yeah, that's right. Believe it. We're a team, and we can't abandon each other. Kakashi walked closer to them. The 3 of you are one. That's your excuse. You pass, he said, his tone becoming a lot more light and gentle. Naruto and Sakura said in unison. You pass, he said again, this time more matter of fact. What do you mean? How do we pass? Sakura asked. The sky slowly began to clear from clouds and show the beaming sun that lay behind them. You're the first squad that ever succeeded. The others did exactly what I said and fell into every trap. They couldn't think for themselves. A ninja must see through deception. A ninja must see through deception. It sounded so obvious, but somehow never crossed Naruto's mind before. Did that mean he was saying that sometimes it's okay to disobey direct orders from your superiors if it's to help a comrade? In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. That's a sentiment that's very common among ninja of all ranks, from as low as Genin to as high as Jonin or even AMBU. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. By this point, tears were streaming down Naruto's face. Sasuke just chuckled, and Sakura's face glowed beautifully with joy. He might have been kind of cool after all. Their sensei was still a bit confusing, but all Naruto knew was that he passed the final test. He was a ninja now. All right, I hope you guys are ready. Your first mission as ninja is tomorrow, Kakashi said, giving them a thumbs up. It's only going to get harder from here, so prepare yourselves. I did it. I'm a ninja, a real ninja, believe it. Hell yeah, it doesn't get better than this. Naruto couldn't contain his excitement anymore or prevent his thoughts from expelling his words. Every inch of his body was tingling. It felt like a new, sunny day now. Naruto. Chapter 3. The journey begins. It had only been a day since Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke passed Kakashi's final test and officially became ninja. Naruto was ecstatic. He'd never been more excited in his life. Finally, he'd get to go on dangerous, life-threatening missions, beat up bad guys, and get stronger, all for the purpose of eventually surpassing all the Hokage and taking the title for himself. At least, that's what he thought. But instead, they were wandering like idiots through the forests and fields looking for someone's damn cat. It was truly demoralizing work for a warrior. The last job he could have expected to be given. Naruto was behind a tree, his back straight, and arms to his side, peeking around it. The cat they were sent to capture was not far away from him, feasting on a dead bird. In this state, it looked so peaceful and calm, like it would be a simple task to catch. But Naruto was on this mission for almost an hour. And the worst part was the owner obviously wants the cat back alive, so he can't use any jutsu he knows to retrieve it. He noticed Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, who were hiding behind two other nearby trees. Naruto began to circle around the tree to dart after it once more. But when he took a step, a cracking sound emanated. It must have been louder than he thought, because the cat's head instantly jolted up and disappeared like a blur. Last time that happened, Naruto had to ask Kakashi if animals could use ninjutsu, because that did not look natural. He said they couldn't, and that the cat was just super fast. Naruto darted in the direction the cat moved, bouncing through the trees, with his teammates following closely. He struggled to keep up, but he always kept the cat barely in his view. When the cat landed on a tree, Naruto hovered over it and reached out to grab, but swung its paw around with a big wind-up, slid out its claws, and slashed him across the face. He flung back, screamed so hard his throat stung tremendously, and plummeted to the ground. "Damn it," Naruto said. "That cat is fast and crafty." He looked up and saw Sasuke and Sakura continuing to follow the cat. Kakashi landed near him. "You okay, Naruto?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. He scraped me up good, but I'm sure in the hell not gonna let a damn cat take down the future Hokage." Kakashi chuckled. "You've certainly got the spirit. Anyway, focus and let's get this thing. Time's almost out." Naruto and Kakashi returned to the chase. Kakashi used some hand signs, said Earth style, living nature, and moments later the nearby tree branches came to life and targeted the cat. "Be careful, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura said. "We can't kill it. It'll be fine. Even if it's roughed up a little bit, the woman this cat belongs to won't care as long as there's no permanent damage." "I've never seen a cat so damn fast," Sasuke said. "You said it. How is this not a ninja cat?" Naruto exclaimed. His mind was filled with a confusing mix of frustration and amazement. Part of him kind of wanted one to help him on ninja missions, but then he was reminded how much of a pain in the ass they are to catch if they go rouge, and he eliminated the thought from his brain. Naruto put up a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared around him, and they charged for the cat. The clones surrounded it. It slipped out of one of the clones' arms, then the second, and finally the third, but Naruto managed to cut it off. The cat hissed at him as they grew closer to each other, and Naruto wrapped his arms around it. Naruto landed safely on the ground, then plopped on his butt with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi joining around him. "Hell yeah, finally caught this little guy," Naruto exclaimed. "About damn time," Sasuke said, breathing heavily. "Let's get him back to his owner then." "I'm beat," Sakura said. Back at the Hokage's office, the cat's owner was clearly happy. Perhaps a bit too much. She hugged the cat extremely tightly. She didn't so much hug the cat as she squeezed it. It looked like it would burst at any moment. The woman herself wasn't much to look at. She ballooned out in every direction and had the most terrifyingly ugly face Naruto had ever seen. She looked nothing like his angel, Sakura, who was just as beautiful as the day Naruto laid eyes on her when he joined the academy. "Thank you, gentlemen, so much," she exclaimed. Her voice was also nothing to write home about. Naruto was told she was a woman, but her voice was far too deep compared to any woman he'd ever met, and cracked annoyingly every few words whenever her speech reached its apex. Despite how irritating the cat was to catch, Naruto suddenly felt sorry for the cat being smothered by such a woman. He understood why it ran away. You probably would have too. You Leaf Ninja are truly wonderful. As promised, here's your payment. She set several large, heavy bags of Rio on the Hokage's desk. So do we get paid too? Naruto asked. You do, sort of Kakashi said. Most underage ninja will get their money put in a trust, which will then be released to them when they turn 18. But since you live alone, Naruto, you'll receive your payment up front. Naruto, you live alone? Sakura asked. Yeah, half for as long as I can remember, Naruto said plainly. What's our cut? Half of the money will go to your sensei, the Hokage said in a gruff voice and with a slow, methodical rate of speech. The rest will be split evenly between the three of you genin. If you do enough missions, the money that will get given to you two, Sasuke and Sakura, on your 18th birthday could be quite immense. Sounds good to me. I like the idea of getting a huge payout when I turn 18, Sakura said. I don't really care about money beyond paying for basic necessities. I just want to train and get stronger, Sasuke said. Sasuke was so weird. Naruto never met someone who doesn't care about money. For some reason that made Naruto hate him even more. That's quite humble of you, Sasuke, Sakura said, placing her hands on her chest and smiling widely at him. And that cemented it. For the life of him, he couldn't see what anyone, especially women, could possibly see in that dusha bag. That's enough, Naruto said. There's more important things to discuss here. Like why the hell do you keep giving us such boring missions? What did you mean, Naruto? The Hokage asked. We're ninja. We're supposed to be going outside of the village and fighting, getting stronger. These type of missions are so beneath us. I understand your desire, but you're still genin, the Hokage said. The way our system works is that you're assigned missions based on your rank and their general difficulty. D-rank mission are the easiest. Going up the ladder, there's C-rank missions, B-rank missions, A-rank missions, and S-rank missions, which are the most difficult. New genin are only given D-rank missions until they've gained enough experience with their basic skills. As you gain this experience, the difficulty of missions you'll be given will increase. But why are our missions like this? All we've done so far is save a rich lady's cat, help pick potatoes for local farmers, helping old ladies cross the street, and other stupid stuff. These are still important tasks, Kakashi said. Also, we don't want you actually fighting other enemy ninja until we're confident that you can handle it. Besides, you seem to have quite a bit of trouble catching that cat, which would lead me to believe that your skills aren't great enough yet for more challenging tasks. Who said that? The only thing I had trouble with was finding him. After I did, I caught him effortlessly. Something cracked upside his head and pain sizzled through his temple. He yelped, and then held and rubbed the spot gently. Stop lying, Naruto, Sakura said. You were having just as much trouble as the rest of us. That reminds me, Naruto said. Kakashi-sensei was clearly struggling too. So doesn't that mean he isn't actually all that skilled either? Kakashi was holding back because he wanted to see what you three were capable of, the Hokage said. Indeed, I had to take part because I am part of this team, but these beginning missions are meant to test how far you've come in your training. Can't you just give us something exciting? Naruto said. Stop complaining already, Sakura said. We are still young after all. I'd hate to admit, but I agree with Naruto, Sasuke said. I'm eager to try something more challenging. We've been doing dumb missions like this for a week. That's right, Naruto exclaimed, pointing hard at the Hokage. What else do you got? I see. You want something more challenging, yeah, the Hokage said. His voice became suddenly more dark and cryptic as he flipped through some papers. We did just get a B rank mission that could prove to be quite the challenge. The goal is to escort a man to the land of waves, a nation a few days away from here. How hard could a simple escort mission be exactly? Naruto asked. The man you'll be escorting has been a target of quite a few enemy ninja, the Hokage said. They shouldn't be too powerful, especially considering you have one of the strongest jonin in our village as your teacher. But it should still scratch the itch of a more challenging mission that you've been begging for." The Hokage smirked as he set the papers down. He scratched his brown, pointy goatee. "Of course, your sensei has to approve it," he said. "It sounds fine to me. I've been wanting to visit the land of waves anyway. Aren't they building a bridge there?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, they're a poor nation primarily because they're so separated from us, the land of fire. Once the bridge is complete, it'll make trade much easier and hopefully bulk up their economy." Naruto let out a deep, ferocious yawn. As it continued, he heard footsteps echo from outside of the office. He turned to face the door as it slowly creaked open. "It seems that the man you are to escort has finally arrived. I was originally going to assign Team Guy to the mission, but it's officially yours now. It's time you greeted him." When he stepped into the Hokage's office, Naruto was stunned by how he looked. He was a bit taller than Kakashi's sensei, had a thin, dark brown t-shirt on, somewhat dark skin, gray hair, and a gray beard and mustache that connected to each other on both sides. His glasses barely covered his eyes, and he held something bundled together on his back. Looks like it could be a tent or a cot or something like that. In his hand was a bottle, which he immediately took a deep chug of upon entering, with little bits trickling down both sides of his lips. When he was done with his drink, he unleashed a loud, disgusting burp, cleared his throat, then spoke with a slow, gravely voice. "Hey there. Sorry that I'm late. I'm here to meet the ninja who are going to be escorting me," the man said. "My name is Tazuna." "Ah, yes," the Hokage said. "These are the ninja that I've assigned to your service." Tazuna scanned the room for a few moments, then frowned. "Is this it? I was expecting a group of experienced jonin, but these are just kids," he said. "I assure you they wouldn't have been chosen if they weren't capable," the Hokage said. "Plus, they're being led by one of the strongest jonin in the village." "Is that so?" "The name's Kakashi Hitaki," Kakashi said, stepping forward, holding out his hand. Tazuna and Kakashi shook, and Tazuna's lips rose a bit. "I've actually heard of you," Tazuna said. "You're pretty famous." "Really? I'm honored that even someone like you knows me," Kakashi said. His mask covered his face, but it crinkled in such a way that Naruto could still tell that he was smiling. "I'd warn you not to underestimate me, old man," Naruto said finally. He couldn't contain his anger anymore, the way the dude blatantly looked down upon them without even getting to know them first. "Oh, and who might you be?" Tazuna asked. Naruto sprung up and grinned. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Remember that name, because I'm going to be the Hokage one day, and the strongest of them all." "A kid like you?" Tazuna said. He whipped his head back and released thunderous laughter. It was so forceful it pushed him hard back into the wall. He laughed for almost a minute, and every second of it fumed Naruto more and more. He gritted his teeth, clutched his fists, and split his legs. "Hey, stop laughing this instant. I'm being serious, asshole," Naruto exclaimed, pointing at him. Sorry, Tazuna said, slowly, as his laughter began to die down. He took another chug of his drink. "I just can't help but laugh when I hear such outrageous claims from snot-nosed brats." "I'm not a snot-nosed brat. My father was the 4th Hokage," he shouted. "Wait, what?" Sakura said. "I didn't know that." "Indeed," the Hokage said. "Minato Namikaze." "Yeah, and my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, who was just as strong as him." "I didn't realize you knew so much about your parentage," Kakashi said. "I've known for a while. I hate them for leaving me alone, but the fact that they were so revered does give me motivation to get stronger." "Well then, future Hokage, I suppose I'm in your care for the next few days," Tazuna said with a hint of disinterest and disbelief in his tone. They met Tazuna by the Hidden Leaf Gate. It stretched probably 100 times higher than Naruto was tall. He rarely ventured out to this part of the village because it was so isolated from the areas where he could cause mischief and get people to notice him. There were only a few merchants selling goods, and children younger than him playing in the wide, open, spacious walkway and alleyways. Do we have to leave so soon? Sakura said. It's probably going to be dark soon. Sorry, but this is an urgent assignment, Tazuna said after taking another drink. We can't afford to waste any time. That may be true, but if it gets too dark, then we will camp, Kakashi said. Yeah, that's okay. Let's just cover as much ground as we can before that. The Hokage said you're building a bridge in the land of waves, Sasuke said. He nodded. My bridge will connect my isolated nation with the rest of the world, specifically the land of fire. The leaders of the village are paying me good money to get it complete. Why do you need protection to accomplish this task? Sasuke asked. I've been targeted by bandits in the past, Tazuna said. Just some worthless ruffians who would probably try and ransom me to the land of waves for a pretty penny. After all, while I'm not the only bridge builder, I am their leader and the one with the most experience and skill. But I'm sure it's nothing that one of the greatest jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village and his students couldn't handle. Naruto smiled. Sounds great to me. I'll blow away anyone who stands in my way. You might have to check that confidence of yours sometime, Naruto, Kakashi said. It's the truth. Just watch me. Nobody can stand before me. Shut up, Naruto. You're so annoying. Just keep quiet and let's get this mission over with. Sakura, aren't you excited to finally be going on a real mission? Naruto asked. Somewhat, I guess, but the fact that you're here makes me want to leave the team entirely. What? That's mean. But Sasuke's here, so I'll tolerate you for now, Sakura said, her voice lightening a bit as she looked at Sasuke. Damn it, Sasuke, leave already. You aren't welcome here, Naruto exclaimed. Don't talk to him like that, Sakura said. Sasuke chuckled and smirked. You heard the girl. Don't talk to me like that. Naruto growled and stomped his foot on the ground. You're so irritating, you know that. Takes one to know one. Naruto. Chapter 4. A Truth Uncovered. Naruto was eager for some action. They'd been walking for a little over a day, and there was nothing exciting. He wondered why they even needed to protect Tazuna. They haven't seen a single bandit. Besides, surely anybody could deal with a mere bandit. Bandits weren't ninja, those were the real strong people. Even an old man like him should be able to deal with whatever bandits would be after him. And even then, Naruto was starting to wonder if what they'd been told was true anyways. As they walked, Kakashi was in front of Tazuna, Sasuke took the rear, and Naruto and Sakura were on either side of him. Naruto trotted with his hands held behind his head, staring up at the blue sky dotted with only a few clouds. He frequently closed his eyes, then popped them open again. After a while, he unleashed a massive yawn. What's wrong with you, Naruto? Sakura asked. I'm bored, he exclaimed. He was waiting for someone to speak to him and wonder about his well-being. He just couldn't keep it anymore. It's been more than a day, and we haven't seen a single bandit yet, Naruto said. Isn't that a good thing? Sakura asked. How is that good? We're ninja. What exactly have we been training for? We've been training for the possibility of battle, but we aren't supposed to seek out confrontation. That's so dull. I'm sure you'll get the action you desire soon, kid, Tazuna said. We're getting pretty close to the land of waves. He's right, Kakashi said. Whoever is leading these supposed bandits likely wouldn't send them that far out of the land of waves. Tazuna nodded. But honestly, as someone who's also not a ninja, I'd prefer if we don't encounter any opposition during this trip. Naruto sighed. Imagine this. The future Hokage, forced to escort an old man to his home with no danger whatsoever. Hey twerp, I'm not that old, Tazuna exclaimed. Every Hokage started out just like you, Kakashi said. It's all part of getting stronger and rising in the ranks. Are you serious? Even the pervy old man back at the village? Yes, of course. What is the Hokage exactly? Tazuna asked. We don't have anything like that in the land of waves. Not surprising, Kakashi said. The Hokage is the shadow which leads and protects the Hidden Leaf Village. Within the 5 great nations, the land of fire, land of water, land of earth, land of lightning, and land of wind is a hidden village. Sakura continued for him, holding her finger up. That's right. The hidden village in the land of fire is the village hidden in the leaves, where we're from. In the land of lightning, it's the hidden cloud village. In the land of water, it's the hidden mist village. In the land of earth, it's the hidden stone village. In the land of wind, it's the hidden sand village. Correct, Kakashi said. Wow, Sakura, you're really knowledgeable, Sasuke said, smiling. Really? It means a lot to hear you tell me that, Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed, her face becoming brighter than Naruto had ever seen it. He gritted his teeth, but Kakashi continued speaking before he could get any words out. There's many other hidden villages in the world, but due to a treaty from a very long time ago, only the leader of the 5 great ninja villages are allowed to be called the Kage. The leader of the Leaf Village is called the Hokage. The leader of the Sand Village is called the Kazekage. The leader of the Cloud Village is called the Reikage. The leader of the Stone Village is called the Tsuchikage, and the leader of the Mist Village is called the Mizukage. The Kage is the strongest ninja in the village, and deems the highest level of respect. That's the part that Naruto cared about. Respect. Everyone respected the Hokage. They had to. That was his goal, his dream, his deepest desire. And to be so strong that nobody would be able to bully him ever again. They'd have no choice but to look up to and admire him. The ultimate state for any ninja. If the Hokage is so strong, why didn't he come? Tazuna asked. Because the Hokage can almost never leave the village, Kakashi said. He's the shadow of the village who needs to be available to protect it as one of the first lines of defense if the village is invaded. The only time the Hokage can leave is if the village engages in war. I see. Sounds like a demanding job, Tazuna said. It is. I've always had the utmost respect for it. My own sensei was the Hokage at one point. Really? Which Hokage was that? Sakura asked. Before he could respond, a rustling emanated from nearby bushes. Naruto halted first, and everyone else followed a moment later. The rustling was light, but they could all hear it. It wasn't constant, but instead continued for a few seconds, stopped, and continued again. Then Naruto had a great thought. If these were bandits, this would be a great way to show off to Sakura and get her to like him. He pulled a kunai out of his ninja tool pouch, gripped it tight, spun around, and tossed it at the bush. It penetrated faster than the eye could see, and the rustling suddenly ceased. Gotcha! Nobody gets past Naruto Uzumaki, he exclaimed. Kakashi grabbed his own kunai and walked over to the bush. He dug through it and pulled out definitely not a bandit, but instead a tiny, white bunny. A portion of its fur was painted with blood. Naruto's body ran cold, and he rushed to the bunny, grabbed it out of Kakashi's hands, and hurriedly patched up its wounds with the first aid kits they brought along. Don't waste our first aid kit on an animal, Sakura exclaimed. But it's my fault he got injured, Naruto said. After he was done patching it up, he sat down and hugged it tight, holding it close to his face. That's your own stupidity, she said. You didn't think that sound was the bandits, did you? I did. Who would have thought such a small animal could cause such a loud noise in bushes? When he realized the bunny was having difficulty breathing, he lightened up on how tight he was hugging it. He petted it a few more times, then released it back into the wild with a smile. Oh, Naruto wasn't completely crazy. There are assailants nearby, Kakashi said. What? Why haven't you said anything? Sasuke asked sternly. Hey, yeah, that sounds really dangerous. We need to know this stuff if we're going to protect the bridge builder. I was testing you guys again. I wanted to see if you could sense them. You failed. Did you say them? Sakura asked. Her voice was slow and trembling. One of those assailants suddenly emerged from behind a tree and darted for Kakashi from behind. He wore a brown, dirty t-shirt, with its sleeves being an even darker brown and even darker spots dotting them. His hair was long, unkempt, black, and cured down toward the back of his neck. A metal mask covered his face, and on his forehead was a headband similar to his own, but with a different symbol on it, this one being 4 lightly curved lines in 2 perpendicular patterns. His forehead protector also had a black horn sticking out of the left side. He pulled out his weapon, which was an extremely long chain littered with dozens of spikes lining the length of both sides, from the end to almost where his hand was holding it. He pulled it back, then leaned forward quickly and launched the chain at Kakashi. He effortlessly leaped up and out of the way, but his eyes widened when he saw that the chain was coming straight for Sakura. Sakura pulled out a kunai of her own, but froze, her face twisting in fear. The enemy's weapon almost reached her, but it was knocked off of its trajectory at the last second by a giant shuriken. Naruto gazed over to see Sasuke in a battle stance with his arm outstretched and a grimace on his lips. Without hesitation, he proceeded to form the hand signs for the Great Fireball technique. He leaned way back, then forward, blowing hard, and a gigantic fireball formed in front of his lips. The fireball was fast, but their opponent swung his massive weapon through the wall of fire, which popped it and made it puff into steam. Kakashi intervened quickly and kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying back. He then grabbed the giant shuriken that Sasuke threw, opened it back up, and tossed it in the opposite direction. It whizzed over Sasuke's head, and a metallic clang rang out. Naruto spun around to see the second assailant. He looked similar to his partner, except he wore a black cape, and his hair was slightly unkempt, but was more straight and wavy. The horn on his forehead protector was on the top center. He held a weapon that was exactly like the other guys. With both of them present, they darted for Tizuna in unison. Kakashi weaved some hand signs and slapped the ground, causing the ground around the feet of enemy to slightly crack and break away. Tizuna lost balance first, plummeting back and crashing on his butt, but the opponents weren't far behind. While they didn't fall, they did stagger, which gave Sasuke time to retrieve the gigantic shuriken and toss it. It pierced the back of the neck of one of the enemies. Blood splattered everywhere, and he collapsed, his body going limp instantly. Kakashi took out the other one by viciously slashing the second enemy across the neck with a kunai knife as she turned to face them, forcing him to join his teammate on the ground. Naruto was amazed by what he saw. His body shook slightly, but his mouth was wide and joyous. He never knew ninja could be so strong and skillful. Kakashi-sensei could have probably handled these scary dudes himself if he wanted to. Now he had a new goal to achieve. Although he wasn't too happy that Sasuke of all people got a fight, but he didn't do basically anything and got shown up by the loser. Tizuna crawled to his feet, gripping and rubbing his side and groaning painfully. Meanwhile, Sasuke smirked, gazing at Naruto. "You're not afraid, are you? Skadadikat." His voice had a mocking curvature as he stood up straight, one hand holding his hip. Naruto clenched his teeth and waved his fist at Sasuke. "Scared? I'm not scared of anything, idiot. I was preparing for an ultimate finisher." "Whatever," Sasuke said, chuckling. "Just make sure you don't die on this mission. After all, you're the one I want to fight the most." Naruto was taken aback by those words. He'd never heard any sort of compliment or affirmation from the arrogant prick before. Not once. But now he said he wanted to fight him. For some reason, it made Naruto feel all warm inside. Not because he cared about Sasuke's opinion, of course, but because he also wants to fight him and slap that smug expression off his face once and for all. "You guys are more skilled than I expected," Tizuna said. Naruto and Sakura smiled, Naruto giving a light chuckle and scratching the back of his head. "Well, two of you are anyways." He gestured to Kakashi and Sasuke, and Naruto's lips instantly drooped, Sakura releasing a sad sigh. "Anyway, we should continue," Sakura said. "Wait," Kakashi said. "We aren't going any further." "What? Why not?" Naruto asked. "If more people like him are coming after the old man, we should probably get him home as quickly as possible." "For once I agree with Naruto. We shouldn't waste time, especially since it'll be dark again soon," Sakura said. "Have you noticed it too, Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke said. "Yes, the bridge builder has been lying to us, and I want the truth before we proceed." "Lying about what?" Sakura asked. "Lying about the level of danger he's in," Kakashi said. "Those weren't bandits, they were ninja, and of a fairly high level too. Not Jonin, but Chunin. But honestly, by this point, they were probably Jonin level. I recognized them from my bingo book. They were the Demon Brothers. Hold on. I'm lost already, Naruto said. What's a bingo book? It's a book which lists notorious missing ninja. Missing ninja are shinobi who have gone rouge from a village and are considered international criminals. They were Chunin when they went rogue from the Hidden Mist village, but their skill was clearly that of Jonin by this point. Wait, so these are high-level ninja with loads of skill and experience that are after Tazuna? Sakura said. That's right, and that's not the mission we signed up for. He clearly omitted crucial information when he requested assistance from the Hidden Leaf village. If we knew such strong, dangerous ninja were after him, the mission ranking would have likely been A or S, and the Hokage would have sent multiple Jonin to complete it, not a Genin team with a single Jonin. This may be far too dangerous of a mission for us. Your sensei is right, Tazuna said after a momentary pause. I did lie. It's not bandits that trouble me. I can deal with some bandits. The real people who are after me are far deadlier. Who is it? Sasuke asked. Have you heard of Gato? Don't tell me, Kakashi said. That's right, Tazuna said, nodding. Who's Gato? Sakura asked. Gato is a powerful business magnate in the Land of Waves. Everyone in the country is afraid of him. He's extremely wealthy and uses fear to control the nation with an iron fist by hiring shinobi to inflict terror and even kill those who oppose him. Yeah, I've heard of him. Most people have. His family's been in this business for generations. He's been mostly pushed out of the 5 great nations, although sometimes his influence has felt a bit, especially in the Land of Water and the village hidden in the mist since they're so close to the Land of Waves. He's an evil man, but for so long we've had no choice but to obey his every word. Every time he asks for money or requests soldiers to work directly for him or anything, we're completely under his thumb. Why did you lie about it? Sasuke asked. Because we don't have enough money, Tazuna said. We were barely able to afford the B rank mission, but we absolutely under no circumstances could go lower than that. An A or S rank mission would have been way out of our budget. That's why we're creating this bridge. If more people are able to come over to the country, and if we're able to trade with other nations, we'll be able to add more money to our economy, and we won't need to rely on his protection anymore. So what now? Sasuke said. By all rights, we should abandon the mission immediately. What's required of us isn't accurate to what we were told. He already paid, so we'll get our payment. Your sensei is right, kids. I won't blame you if you leave me behind. I betrayed your trust. Even if it was out of necessity, you have no obligation to help me anymore. Oh yeah? Well, I'm not going anywhere if nobody else is, Naruto exclaimed. Tazuna stared at him with a confused expression. Kakashi chuckled. A ninja never turns his back on those in need. And aside from that, it's too late to turn back now. We're almost to the Land of Waves. We might as well finish the mission. I agree, Sakura said. I'd feel bad if we left that nation in the hands of someone as evil as Gato after learning all of that. Well, you heard them. Looks like we're staying. Gato fell to his knees, tears flooding his eyes and drenching his face. He rubbed away much of the tears with his arm and sniffled several times before speaking again. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do this. I don't know how to repay you. Just be more transparent with us from now on, understand? Kakashi said. Yes, of course, Tazuna said as he rose up. I suppose I should add some more information then. Go on. I can't 100% confirm the accuracy of this, so take it with a grain of salt. But one time I heard Gato's men whisper a terrifying name. The most notorious missing ninja of the Land of Water and even infamous in the Land of Waves. Get on with it already. Who is it? Sasuke asked. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi's arms suddenly went limp by his side and his breathing became slower. Never heard of him, Naruto said. I have, Kakashi said. Do you know him? Sakura asked. Not personally, but his evil notoriety has reached even the Hidden Leaf village. He's one of the top ninja in the bingo book. a man who tried to assassinate the Mizukage and then left the village and has been hunted ever since. Gato is known for paying very well for those who agree to work for him, especially if they're more powerful, Tazuna said. Well, since he doesn't have a home to return to anymore, he's probably desperate for money, Kakashi said. He sighed. Okay, thank you for telling us. We'll make sure to keep an eye out for him. Naruto. Chapter 5. A Demon in the Mist. The moment Tazuna said the name Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi's blood ran cold. He never met the man, but the stories he's heard about him are truly horrifying. Some believed he was a demon, not literally, but metaphorically because of the chaos he left in his wake. Terror permeated every land he visited, miles of corpses strewn about, and blood soaked the ground. And what made things worse is that some have said he had a partner who's never been identified. Even though he never saw the devastation personally, the stories that people told gave a visceral image in his mind. Tazuna did say that he couldn't prove Zabuza was involved, but it wouldn't surprise him. This was exactly the type of work he was known to do after his defection. Needless to say, they had to be careful. Earlier, he told Tazuna that if they knew such strong ninja were involved, they would have sent multiple jonin. But truth be told, if they'd known the Hokage would have put together a group of ANBU for the sole purpose of eliminating Zabuza once and for all. Just as Kakashi was musing the horrible possibilities of his ill-prepared students having to face off with such a monster, an incoming object struck his senses. His heart almost stopped as he spun around and leaped high in the air while shouting so loud his voice echoed seemingly endlessly. Duck! Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna did what he said, just in the nick of time as a mysterious object whizzed past them. If Tazuna in particular didn't duck when he did, his head would have been cut clean off. Kakashi could easily tell who was being targeted. The object rammed into a nearby tree. When it was stopped, Kakashi could see what was finally a massive, extremely long and thick buster sword with a large hole in the center toward the tip. It dug deep into the tree. Any deeper, and it probably would have split it in half. And then a man stood atop the handle. His back faced them, and he looked around his shoulder to see them. He was quite tall, with blue sweatpants on, and nothing covering his upper half except for some white bandages wrapped around his mouth. His muscles were prominent and defined. Tazuna scrambled to his feet and scurried back, while Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke hurried around him. Quickly, take Formation Alpha. Protect the bridge builder at all costs, he exclaimed. Kakashi was at the front, Sakura behind, and Naruto and Sasuke on either side. They all drew kunai and took battle stances. Are you Zabuza? Kakashi asked in a commanding tone. You know me, yeah, he said, his voice low and gravely. I see some interesting individuals in this brigade. An Uzumaki and an Uchiha, for starters, two clans I thought were completely wiped out. But what intrigues me even more is their sensei, Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja. Copy ninja? Sakura said. If you're really the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi, then I can't afford to hold back. I'll have to use this. Kakashi grabbed his forehead protector, the side that covered his eye. It had been a while since he used this jutsu, and he was hoping to keep this secret from his students longer, especially Sasuke. But it seemed like that would be impossible. It's an honor to meet you, Sharingan Kakashi. I wish it was under better circumstances. But regardless, for now, I'm afraid I'll need you to hand over the bridge builder. Sharingan? What's that? Naruto said. Sharingan, Tazuna said. Sharingan? Do you have some kind of special power, Kakashi-sensei? I'm going to need you guys to trust me, Kakashi said, ignoring their inquiries. Your only job here is to protect the bridge builder. Stay out of this fight. Kakashi slowly slid his headband out of the way of his covered eye. Then after a moment, he popped his eye open. Suddenly the world was tinted crimson to him, with a black outline around Zabuza himself. Looks like I get to see the Sharingan in action. It's an honor, Zabuza said as he turned around to fully face the group. Everyone keeps saying Sharingan, Sharingan, Naruto blurted out. Can someone tell me what Sharingan is? Sharingan is a rare power, Sasuke explained. It resides in the eyes. The user of this visual jutsu can instantly comprehend any jinjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu that's used against them and reflect them back on the attacker. The Sharingan is a special, rare form of visual jutsu. However, there's more to the Sharingan than that. A lot more. You got it right, boy, Zabuza said. The Sharingan can analyze an opponent's technique and copy it to the tiniest detail. Zabuza wove some hand signs, then lifted one of his arms high up in the air, with his middle and index fingers protruding up and the others folded. His other arm looked the same, except it was down closer to his body. Suddenly, a thick mist covered the area. It was so thick that Kakashi was sure his students and the bridge builder couldn't see anything, and even Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, was having some trouble. As for you, Jonin, in the assassination corps of the Hidden Mist Village, we had strict orders to eliminate you on sight. You're listed in our bingo book. Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja. The man who copied over 1,000 jutsu. Sharingan Kakashi. It shouldn't be possible. The Kekkei Jinkai Sharingan was rare indeed. But Sasuke didn't explain the full story. The reason it's rare is because it was only found in the eyes of one specific clan. The Uchiha clan. Sasuke's clan. And there were only 2 living members of the clan. Sasuke was one of them. Kakashi was not. At least he thought. Admittingly, he knew next to nothing about his sensei. Was it possible that another Uchiha somehow survived the massacre 5 years ago? The probability was low, but he couldn't throw out the possibility as crazy as it was. Wow, that's so cool, Naruto exclaimed. Zabuza knelt down on his sword's handle. Enough talking. I need to exterminate the old man. Now. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto rushed close to Tazuna, each of them holding a kunai knife and taking a battle stance. Kakashi remained a good distance ahead of them, facing down Zabuza, never once looking away or wavering in the slightest. So, I'll have to eliminate you first, Kakashi? So be it. He grabbed his sword and vanished, reappearing on a nearby pond. Suddenly, the mist became thicker, and even Zabuza himself was gone. So was all sound except for their voices. They couldn't even see each other. Kakashi-sensei, what's going on here? Sakura asked. He'll come after me first. Stay on guard, Kakashi said. Who is that man? Sasuke asked. Zabuza Momochi, the ex-leader of the Hidden Mists Assassination Unit. He's a master of the silent kill technique. Silent kill? Naruto stuttered out. As the name suggests, it happens in an instant, without any sound or warning. It's so fast you pass from this life without realizing it. The Sharingan can't fully neutralize it, so don't lower your guard. The Sharingan doesn't neutralize jutsu in the first place, it merely copies them. However, he was technically correct. Silent kill isn't a jutsu, it's a method of doing battle. There's jutsu like the hidden mist that make it easier to accomplish, and the Sharingan could probably copy that, but it can't copy mental strategies or tactics. Sasuke was also uncertain if it would be able to see perfectly through a mist like this either. Well, if we fail, we only lose our lives, Kakashi said. Excuse me, Tazuna exclaimed. How can you say that? Sakura chastised. The mist is getting thicker and thicker, Naruto said. The land of waves is surrounded by ocean, Tazuna said. The swirling mists are ever-present. Sensei, Sakura said. It seemed like the fact that they couldn't see Kakashi anymore was getting to her. Sasuke couldn't pretend like it didn't disturb him either. Naruto barely spoke at all, but surely the loser was also terrified. And he didn't even want to think about what was going through Tazuna's head, who wasn't even a ninja, just a mere carpenter and construction worker on a dangerous battlefield. 8 points, Zabuza said, breaking the suffocating silence. What's that? Sakura said with a start. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. He couldn't tell where Zabuza's voice was coming from. It somehow sounded like it was everywhere. Now, where shall be my kill point? He was taunting them, trying to break them down by making them wait for the skill with no sound or visuals reduce their stress. He wanted their minds thoroughly ravaged. Sasuke wondered if this was a common tactic among assassins like him, to play with their psyche like a toy and destroy it before coming in with the kill. Was it a necessary strategy, or did he enjoy this? He must enjoy it. The bloodlust he sensed was almost incomprehensible, only comparable by that man 5 years ago. Sasuke began to tremble. The terror this situation filled him with was suffocating. It felt as if an ocean was weighing down on him. He held his kunai knife before him with both hands. As they shook, and he inched it closer to his stomach, Sasuke thought that he'd much rather end everything here instead of succumbing to madness, or be killed in the pathetic way that he was sure Zabuza wanted him to. "Calm down," Kakashi said. "I'll protect you all with my lives." Kakashi's voice momentarily snapped Sasuke out of his cycle of fear and self-loathing. "I won't allow my comrades to die. Trust me." He turned his head to face them. Even though he was wearing a mask, Sasuke could somehow sense a smile from the way the mask crinkled and also the general disposition and aura that he emanated. "I wouldn't be so sure about that." Faster than anyone could perceive, Zabuza appeared between Tizuna and them. None of them could move. They could just stand there and wait for their deaths. He bent down, with his sword held behind his neck. He raised it back and then swung down with great force. Before it could hit any of them, Kakashi darted between them, held his wrist with one hand, and rammed a kunai into his chest with the other. The two of them stood in silence for a moment, but soon water began spraying out of his wound, and soon his entire body turned into water and splashed away. Suddenly, another Zabuza appeared behind him. "Kakashi-sensei, watch out!" Naruto exclaimed, pointing. "It's over," Zabuza said. He swung his sword through Kakashi's body and cut him clean in half. But no blood sprayed. Instead, a second later, his body also turned into water. Then suddenly Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza and held a kunai knife to his throat. "Nice try," Kakashi said, "but you underestimated me, despite the praise you shot at me earlier." "Did I?" Zabuza said. "Or was I merely testing you to see if reality lives up to the myths?" "Imo ema regadak, and you will never take another life again." He pressed his kunai into Zabuza's throat, and a trickle of blood came out. "That sounded kind of venomous. I wouldn't expect that from someone like you. We're both ninja. We're both killers. The difference is that I kill to protect the defenseless. You kill for money, when nothing alike." There was a moment of silence. Then Zabuza unleashed a massive laughter. His gravely voice echoed as far as he could imagine. "Once you're dead, we'll preserve your body. And when Tizuna is safe, I plan on returning your core to the hidden mist village. They'll be happy to have you back. How much about my past do you know? I know that you tried to assassinate the Mizukage, but that failed and you had to go on the run. You've been an S-class missing ninja for almost a decade." "You do your research," Zabuza said. "It's my job. I used to be ENBU. And even after I left the organization, I retained my interest in those who stray from society's rules. But there's a lot of information that you're missing out on," Zabuza said. Before Kakashi could respond, Zabuza rose his hands and weaved some hand signs. His hands moved so fast that Sasuke couldn't perceive them with the naked eye. Even Kakashi, whose hand twitched in response, wasn't able to slash his throat before his next jutsu activated. "Water style, water spouts jutsu," he shouted. Long tendrils of water suddenly emerged from the nearby lake aimed directly for Kakashi. He quickly pushed Zabuza away a bit, then kicked him with his foot, after which leaping out of the way. Despite the tendrils being made of water, they still caused a shocking amount of destruction when they struck the ground simultaneously, sending debris flying everywhere. Kakashi landed by Sasuke as Zabuza returned to his sword, picking it up immediately. "Sasuke," Kakashi whispered, "are you able to use the Sharingan yet?" "Kind of," he replied, "but I've never used it in battle before. I'm not too confident with it." "Okay, that's fine. We should have as few unknown variables as humanly possible. I'll continue taking the lead. Oh wait, Naruto said. I didn't think about that before, but Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, and earlier the scary dude said that the Sharingan was an Uchiha clan ability. That's right, but I don't want him using it without extensive experience. But I'll be working with you on it if we make it out of here alive. Sounds good to me, Sasuke said. What he said was a half-truth. Last time he practiced with it, it also hurt his eyes after only a minute or two, which would likely be nowhere near enough time to finish off this Jonin-level opponent. Sadly, he hasn't practiced with it for a while, as he was fearful that it was damaging his vision. He might get used to it if he practiced enough, but he just couldn't be certain. Beside him, there are no more Uchiha, and so there's none that he can consult and train with. But then again, this man clearly has one himself. He didn't know whether to be intrigued or insulted. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I'm not confident enough to use it, Sasuke said. Then don't, Kakashi said. We can't afford to have too many unknown variables in this battle. His voice raised to a commanding boom. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, stay behind and protect the bridge builder. Zabuza might have some allies laying in wait, and I won't be able to fight him and deal with anybody else who might appear at the same time. Kakashi used body flicker to vanish, then reappeared on the nearby lake. Zabuza followed. Sasuke always heard that ninja of a high enough level can understand what each other is thinking without words. That seemed to be true. Zabuza returned his sword to his back. It was so long that the handle extended past his head and the blade almost touched the ground. One well-placed slash would truly be the end of him. This was Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, wielder of the executioner's blade. His strength has not been overstated. But with this eye, Kakashi would surely be able to pull out a victory. Zabuza began weaving hand signs, and Kakashi immediately repeated every one he did. He knew this jutsu he was attempting to perform, but never saw it in person before. A great time to copy had presented itself. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, bar, bird, ox, horse, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, stunt, boar, ram, rat, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, horse, ram, tiger, stunt, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dragon, ram, rat, monkey, bird, rat, ram, bird. With the world encased in red, Zabuza's hands appear to be moving slowly. They weren't, of course. This was just the visual perception that the Sharingan granted its user. The secret ability that made it considerably easier than other shinobi to learn jutsu, which made it look like copying to those ignorant to its true nature. One could say that the jutsu was somewhat affecting space and time itself, as it changed the user's perception of reality and allowed their own actions to synchronize with how they perceived reality but didn't actually alter reality. A dangerous ability that Kakashi rarely used, mainly because he didn't usually need it. He stared at Zabuza as their jutsu formed. He was tall and one of the most muscular men he'd ever seen. Even though his face was covered by white bandages, he could see a gleam of hate and malice through it, as if it was beaming into his soul. Water style, water dragon jutsu, Zabuza and Kakashi said in unison. Water erupted around them. A massive, thick tentacle of water rose near both of them, and slowly morphed into what resembled the head of a dragon with an extremely long neck stretching back down to the lake. Water splashed off of the dragons and rained down on Zabuza and Kakashi. They immediately crashed into each other. Water splashed back over them both. A wall of water erected before Kakashi. Of course, could see through it because of his Sharingan, but Zabuza was nowhere to be found. In a moment, he sensed him to his left. Zabuza swung his massive executioner's blade, attempting to cut him in half. Since he wasn't a clone this time, and had no time to replace himself with one, Kakashi leaped up swiftly, just barely escaping death's embrace. He landed on the blade, which was barely wide enough to hold his feet, then hopped down, wove some hand signs, and clapped his hands on the lake. Water style, liquid bullets, Kakashi said. Small cylinders of water popped up and propelled towards Zabuza, but he deflected most of them with his sword. A few did make their way past and scratch his arms and legs, but it was nothing too severe. Kakashi had to give Zabuza credit that he was able to swing that massive sword around so effortlessly. Water style, water spouts, jutsu, Zabuza exclaimed. Extremely long, thin tentacles made of water erupted from the lake and bolted for Kakashi. Several of them began wrapping around his arms and legs. Water style, whirlpool jutsu, Kakashi said. Water erupted in a massive circle around him and formed a wall, high enough to block and destroy Zabuza's water spouts, but low enough that Kakashi could still see him from over the wall. All it took was a blink for Zabuza to charge and reach him. He held up his gigantic sword and swung it down. Kakashi quickly retrieved a kunai and blocked the blade. Kakashi was pushed down slightly by Zabuza, his knees bending, his arm trembling as he struggled to keep the sword from making him into two distinct pieces. Both of them were drenched, and water occasionally tickled Kakashi's forehead and eyelids. You live up to your reputation, Kakashi. You too. Still, I'm sure you can't go on forever. You'd be surprised how long I can continue fighting. Don't underestimate Leaf Ninja. And you shouldn't underestimate Mist Ninja. Zabuza held his sword out toward Kakashi. Kakashi scanned his eyes across his students. They were still almost motionless surrounding Tizuna. The poor bridge builder must have been terrified. But since there were no corpses around them, Zabuza must not have had any allies hiding nearby. But he couldn't let his guard down. If he did, a ninja at Zabuza's level could cut down Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Tizuna before he could stop him. Let's try this now. Zabuza held up a hand sign, and moments later the mist got thick again. Kakashi's Sharingan was an incredible ability, but one area it was limited was being able to see through stuff like thick mists or fogs. He wouldn't turn it off, but he needed to use something else to find Zabuza. Kakashi weaved two hand signs, then opened his hand, and a puff of smoke dropped in the palm. When the smoke cleared, there was a small scroll. He unfurled the scroll and bit his finger to draw a tiny bit of blood, spreading it in a curved line across the scroll's pages, then folded it back up again and formed some hand signs with the scroll between his hands. Kakashi's head suddenly vibrated and the world went dark to him. He sniffed several times and an outline appeared in the shape of Zabuza. Once he had him pinpointed, he leaped into action, throwing several kunai at him. Zabuza easily blocked them with his sword, but Kakashi quickly jumped toward him and kicked his sword, using the muscles in his leg to lift himself up over his head. Taking another kunai, Kakashi shoved it for Zabuza's neck. He ducked just in the nick of time, pulled his arms as close to his body as he could, and swung his sword around. Kakashi leaned way back to evade. Realizing there was no way for him to successfully dodge normally, he released himself, splashing into the lake. Water rushed past his ears, and all he could hear for a moment was mountains of bubble. He regained his composure, spun around, and swam, cranking his arms and legs. Once he was a good distance away from Zabuza's position, who was only noticeable by a faint silhouette when he was beneath the murky water, he emerged, climbing to the water's surface, and stood on it once more. It's been a long time since I've had a challenge like this, Kakashi, Zabuza said, but you should be having your students help you. They have their mission, and I can handle you myself. Quite confident, I didn't come with any allies. I can't be certain of that. The demon brothers were working with you, weren't they? Zabuza chuckled. It made Kakashi shiver. You could say that, but I never gave them the order to attack you. They must have noticed who you were and thought they could get a payday by taking your head. And since you bring them up, I assume they're dead. He stood up and held his sword over his shoulder. Kakashi took a fighting stance and held a kunai in each hand. You'll be joining them soon enough. Your terror ends here, Zabuza. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto huddled to Tizuna, holding up kunai knives as Zabuza and Kakashi moved over to the lake. Somehow they were standing on the water's surface, as if their weight meant nothing. Almost immediately, they started weaving hand signs. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, bar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, elephant, boar, ram, rat, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, horse, ram, tiger, elephant, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dragon, ram, rat, monkey, bird, rat, ram, bird. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Zabuza and Kakashi said in unison. Water erupted around them. A massive, thick tentacle of water rose near both of them and slowly morphed into what resembled the head of a dragon with an extremely long neck stretching back down to the lake. Water splashed off of the dragons and rained down on Zabuza and Kakashi. They immediately crashed into each other. Water splashed back over them both. A wall of water erected before Kakashi. Sasuke realized what was happening. He copied Zabuza's jutsu with his Sharingan. It was so subtle he almost didn't notice, but the way they used the same jutsu, and they emerged at exactly the same time, moving in the same pattern around them. It was unmistakable. Their fight lasted for several minutes. Both of them were incredibly fast and skilled. Sasuke's heart almost stopped when Kakashi plunged beneath the water, but he smirked when he re-emerged a little ways away from Zabuza. He was clearly constantly analyzing his foe and their battleground, like true jonin. Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke said finally. We need to help him. What? Naruto replied. Kakashi-sensei told us to protect the bridge builder. Yeah, besides, what can we accomplish? This is far too high level of a fight for us. We're only genin. Sakura said. I know we were given orders, but we're ninja, and our sensei is in trouble, he said. Look, I know it doesn't seem like we can do much, but I have a plan. Sasuke's right, you guys, Tazuna said suddenly. They all looked at him. Naruto's and Sakura's faces adorned confused, intrigued expressions. You're all in this predicament because of me. Because I lied. I'd never be able to forgive myself if something happened to the lot of you. And if he dies against Zabuza, then all of us will be next. Just what Sasuke was thinking, minus the part where Tazuna apparently feels remorse. Naruto and Sakura hung their heads, their lips twisting with discomfort. So go, help your sensei. I'll be fine. I don't know, Sakura said in a trembling whisper. I want to trust you, Sasuke, but there's no way I'll be able to keep up with him. You won't have to. Neither of you will, Sasuke said. Just leave everything to me. He went to retrieve the massive shuriken he used before and unsheathed it by sticking several fingers through the hole in the center and pulling them apart. Naruto, how many shadow clones can you use? Sasuke asked. Probably 2 or 3 max right now, Naruto said hesitantly. What? But you used way more than that during our training with Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said. I was building up chakra before then. That's one of the reasons I was so hungry at the time, other than the fact Kakashi-sensei told us not to eat. I would have been doing the same here if I knew we were going to fight too. I can work with that, Sasuke said. Can you use transformation jutsu? Doubtful. He was never able to master that in the academy, Sakura said. How he graduated at all still eludes me. Yup, I learned it just recently, Naruto said. Wait, what? Sakura exclaimed. When? How? I did some private training after I graduated, before our initial training with Kakashi-sensei. That's good. I'll need you and Sakura to transform into a shuriken that looks just like this. Sakura stared at him for a moment. Then her face lit up, and she released an excited breath. I see. I get what your plan is. Do you? 'Cause I don't have an idea, Naruto said. It's simple, Sakura said. He'll throw us at Zabuza. He'll dodge us. Then we'll transform back into our normal selves and attack him from all angles at once. Wow, Naruto said, grinning from ear to ear. I like this plan. That's only half right, Sasuke said, earning their full, interested attention. We're going to perform the shadow, shuriken jutsu. Oh, I see, Sakura said. That's even more clever. Mind explaining that one to me, too? Naruto asked. Didn't you pay attention in class at all, Naruto? Sakura said. It's such a basic jutsu. Sorry, the way the material was presented was just so boring. Naruto said. It's a technique unique to the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke said. I have two real shuriken. When Naruto transforms, I'll throw him simultaneously with the real one, with the same hand. The fake will be hiding in the shadow of the real one. With how fast it'll be moving, it'll be almost impossible to detect any discrepancies. Wow, such a thing is possible. That's cool. It'll be tough, so I'll need both of you to do your jobs perfectly, Sasuke said. You can count on us. He won't escape. Of course we'll do our best, Sasuke, Sakura said. It's kind of exciting because it's the first time we've fought together as a team. Naruto and Sakura threw up some hand signs and transformed through a puff of smoke into the giant shuriken, one after the other. Sasuke caught them before they hit the ground, clasping them with the ones he already had. Before he left, he handed a bunch of ninja tools to Tazuna, putting them in the basket on his back. I know you don't have training, but I'll give these to you anyways. I'd feel bad if I didn't, Sasuke said. Just stay here. With any luck, this will be over soon. Thank you, kid. I appreciate it, Tazuna said as he took the basket and set it on the ground. But I'll be fine. If I die, it'll be karma for lying to you. Sasuke couldn't disagree, but he still felt bad leaving him. Even so, it would be worse if they let their sensei be killed because there would be no more defense from Zabuza. He turned his attention to the battle. Zabuza and Kakashi sensei were still going at it. It seemed like both of them were one misstep or failed block or doge from certain death. This must be how all Jonin combat worked. Sasuke closed his eyes. It had been a while since he used this, but he needed it. His eyes pulsed with 1 or 2 seconds between each one. After a moment, he popped them back open, and the world around him suddenly encased in a deep crimson. Observing the battle, he could see their movements seconds before they happened. The Sharingan wasn't letting him see through the mist perfectly. He could only make out their silhouettes, but it was enough. He lashed toward the leaping high above. He wanted to make sure Zabuza's eyes caught him. Right on cue, he noticed Zabuza glancing up. Unfortunately, Kakashi also took his eyes off of Zabuza, which wasn't good, but he could still work with. He leaned way back and tossed the shuriken. Zabuza swiftly leaped over the first pair, clearly not realizing their plan. He tossed the other not directly at him, but off to the side. Sasuke, Kakashi exclaimed as he glared up at him. What are you doing? I told you to protect the bridge builder. Where's Naruto and Sakura? Keep your eyes peeled, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke shouted back at him, a smirk crossing his lips. After a few seconds, Naruto and Sakura transformed back into themselves. The other Demon Wind Shuriken flew further. Demon Wind Shuriken, Windmail of Shadows, Sasuke exclaimed. The two of them then tossed several kunai with strings attached. To Sasuke, they appeared to be moving slow. They threw many of them at designated locations as fast as they could before they splashed into the water. Sasuke joined them with his own kunai, wrapping his around theirs. Before he knew it, not only were they all connected, but Zabuza himself was also tangled in them. He wasn't tied super tight, but enough that he couldn't get away. One of his arms was restrained high in the air, holding his gigantic sword. Sasuke couldn't walk on water, so he had to be quick. He waved hand signs, held the tiger seal closer to his lips, and said fire style, Fireball Jutsu. When he blew, fire left his mouth, but instead of forming a standard fireball, instead the flame attached to the strings and ran through them. He couldn't even see the strings anymore because of how thick the fire was. The fire reached Zabuza in almost an instant. When it struck, an explosion occurred. Shock waves rippled all the way to Sasuke. He held his crossed arms before him as he fell, the pressure making his skin prickle with pain. But it was pointless the next instant as he splashed into the water. He sunk motionless for a few moments, gazing up to the yellow-orange-red glow above the water surface. The colors seemed to ripple from the depth. He could faintly see a partially silhouetted figure leaping towards Zabuza. Sasuke regained his bearings and swam quickly for the surface. As soon as his head emerged, sound quickly returned. Sasuke swam to shore, where Naruto and Sakura already were. Zabuza's body was trembling. He held his sword before him, defending himself from Kakashi, who was only wielding a Kwani knife. "I'm proud of you three," Kakashi said. "I was so concerned with protecting you after learning the danger of our mission that I forgot that you're real ninja. But you proved yourselves today. It wasn't a mistake to graduate the three of you." "You know it," Naruto said, shoving a closed fist toward them, a dopey smile plastered on his face. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan. A rush of fatigue overwhelmed him, and he began breathing deeply. "Boy," Zabuza said. Somehow Sasuke instantly knew he was speaking to him and gave his attention. "Those eyes. You're an Uchiha, aren't you?" he asked. "You know about us?" Sasuke asked. "Indeed. Everyone does," Zabuza said. "I heard only one kid survived the massacre of the clan, but I never thought I'd get to see him firsthand." He chuckled. "To be frank, I kind of thought the idea that there was only one survivor was a lie, and they were all dead except for the one who betrayed them." "Betrayed them? What is he talking about, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "Did you know there's a bounty on your head?" Zabuza asked. "This is my lucky day." Zabuza stuttered suddenly, gasping for a breath, and growled under his breath. "After I kill all of you, I'll turn him over to one of those black market collectors. I'm sure they'll pay a good price. Hell, maybe Gato would even be interested in him." "That won't happen, Zabuza, because you're not leaving here alive," Kakashi said. Kakashi leaped back and waved some more hand signs, ending by slapping his hands on the water. "Water style, water bullets jutsu," he said. Dozens of tiny spherical water droplets rose from the water and propelled at Zabuza. He swung his sword and deflected nearly all of them, although a few got past and left small scrapes on his arms, legs, and chest. He put his sword on his back and said, "Water style, liquid shuriken." Dozens of shuriken made of water targeted Kakashi, but he used the same jutsu seconds later, and both of their water shuriken crashed into each other. The two of them began weaving hand signs once again in unison. Kakashi raised one hand in the air a moment before Zabuza. "Water style, giant vortex jutsu," Kakashi said. Water rose and formed a massive circle before him. First it was the outline, but eventually it was completely filled in, completely blocking view of Kakashi, until it took the form of a giant ball made of water. It made its way to him. He moved to the right, then the left, but stopped. He clearly had no way of escaping this time. The water crashed into Zabuza, and he flew back, striking a tree not far away from the three of them. The ground trembled slightly. Buckets of water splashed all over Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and Zabuza's body was limp for a moment, leaning up against the damaged tree. Kakashi appeared on lowered branch of the tree, twisting his head to gaze at him, pressing a kunai against his neck. "Damn you," Zabuza said. "I was about to create a vortex, but you..." It looks like he finally figured it out, but it's too late now. "Can you see the future?" "Yes," Kakashi said nonchalant. "This is your last battle. Ever." Before Kakashi could slit his throat, Zabuza was struck by something. It came so fast Sasuke couldn't make it out, but it had enough force to fling Zabuza's bulky body several feet across the ground. His sword left his back and landed in a different location. Zabuza's body was motionless. There was no sound except the thunderous beat of Sasuke's heart as he jumped up and frantically looked around to see who attacked Zabuza. At first, there was no sigh of anybody. Then someone did appear like a flash next to Zabuza's body. "You were right. It was his last battle," the person said in a calm, almost soothing voice. Sasuke could finally see what she hit him with when she pulled them from his temple, 3 tiny needles. No wonder he didn't detect them before. They were Sunban, a weapon used by shinobi which can easily become invisible at even small distances, especially when gleaming in the sunlight. The mysterious person seemingly ignored them as they wiped his scalp down with a cloth, then stuck his arms under his body and lifted him up. They had a mask with strange patterns adorning their face, so they couldn't make out gender, but they sounded vaguely female. "Who the hell might you be?" Sasuke said, breaking the silence. "She's a tracker," Kakashi said. "A tracker?" Naruto exclaimed, pulling out a kunai and bending his knees. "Naruto, you don't even know what that is," Sakura said, lightly waving her hand at him. Naruto visibly blushed, turning to Sakura and saying, "It must be bad, though," by Kakashi-sensei's tone. "Not necessarily," Kakashi said. "They're basically the same as the ANBU Black Ops from the Leaf Village. I assume you're part of the same organization, but for the Mist Village." "That's correct. You really know your stuff," they said as they retrieved Zabuza's sword. Then again, that should be expected from Kakashi Hatake. "Wow, Kakashi's famous. Both Zabuza and this guy knew him," Sakura said. "That's going to be me one day, believe it," Naruto said. "Everyone in the Mist Task Force knows his name. Did you know we are all ordered to kill you on sight if we see you?" "I do now. Should I be worried then?" Kakashi asked. "Not at all. You actually did us a great service, so we'll call it even," they said. "I've been searching for this man for years, but you defeated him in a single night." "Let me guess. That was poison in those needles," Kakashi said. "Correct. Enough to paralyze his nerves, but not kill him, so he can answer for his crimes. But anyways, Kakashi Hatake, I bid you farewell." They left just as soon as they appeared with no trace remaining. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said. "What just happened? Who was that weird person? And why did we let them leave with Zabuza's body?" "Yeah, shouldn't we have brought him back to the Leaf Village?" Sakura said. "No, Zabuza has committed few crimes against the Leaf and is property of the Mist," Kakashi said. "That person was one of the elite trackers of the Mist Village. Similar to the ANBU, they're tasked with assassinations, most commonly of Rouge Ninja like Zabuza." "What do you think they'll do with him?" Sakura asked. "After he stands trial for his crimes, like they said, they'll execute him. After that, they'll have to destroy his body." "Destroy his body?" Naruto said. "Of course," Sasuke said. "Think about it. You don't think they just bury a criminal who had such a high position before going Rouge, did you?" "I mean, yeah, I kind of did." Sasuke released a sigh and gripped his sides with his hands, narrowing his head and shaking it in disappointment. "You're such an idiot. Zabuza was also a member of these trackers before becoming a criminal. A person with such a privileged position will have a lot of information that could be detrimental to the Mist Village if enemy villages were to get their hands on it." "That's right," Kakashi said. "To ensure that their adversaries can't get information that could be used to hurt them, like data on the village itself, or the jutsu they know, they must completely destroy the body. This will likely be done by completely draining their blood, harvesting all their organs, then burning the body on a pyre." "Geez, it must be a burden being so influential in a village," Naruto said. "That's putting it lightly. At any rate, I wasn't about to fight that kid because I'd probably lose even I was in my best condition." "You're kidding, right?" Naruto said. It seemed like his jaw would break from his face and hit the ground. And in this case, even Sasuke was surprised to hear such a thing. Sakura's mouth hung and her eyes widened, clearly unable to contain her shock either. "Nope," Kakashi said. "As you gain more experience as a ninja, you'll learn that there are kids younger than you and stronger than me. There's a wide, diverse world out there, and I'm definitely not at the top of that totem pole." The masked person rushed over fields, leaping across trees at accelerated speed until he reached his destination. He eventually emerged from the forest and stopped at a lake. He entered a rickety log cabin and laid Zabuza's body on a bed, setting his sword on the floor. They really did a number on his body. Who would have thought one Jonin and 3 Genin could brutalize Zabuza Momochi this much? Even if that Jonin was Kakashi Hatake. He pulled a container filled with medical items from under the bed. Grabbing a scalpel, he began by draining his blood and letting him sit for a while until he dried up, then harvest his organs. The man pressed the scalpel against his arm, but was stopped when his fingers were caught and squeezed by Zabuza with his other hand. Zabuza titled his head over as he grumbled. "You're awake," he said in relief. "As brutal as ever, Haku," Zabuza said as he released his hand. I had to make it seem realistic," Haku said. "This is Sharingan Kakashi we were dealing with. He'd be able to see through any half measure." Haku took off his mask, and his long hair draped over his shoulder. "So cold and terrifying," Zabuza said. "Haku diyaklit. Who do you think I learned it from, Zabuza?" "Zabuza, where are you?" A loud, angry man's voice rang out. Haku turned his head quickly, but before he or Zabuza could speak up, an unsavory visitor showed himself. He was shorter than even Haku, face wrinkled like a zombie, adorning a tattered business suit, and surrounded by 4 goons just as ugly and evil-looking as him. "Thought I'd find you here." The man's voice was gravely, but not very deep. He held a stick to help him walk. Each of his minions wielded a sword, and one of them had a gun. "What do you want, Gato?" Zabuza said. His tone said that he was just as annoyed at their presence as Haku. "Don't give me that. Why the hell is the bridge builder still alive?" He approached Zabuza. Haku's hand twitched, but Zabuza looked at him with a gaze that told him to stand down. "I'm paying good money for your services. I expect results," Gato said. "Now look at you. The great demon of the hidden mist, defeated by a bunch of children and held up in bed like a loser, kept company by his loyal guard dog." He pressed his cane into Zabuza's arm repeatedly. Haku's heart instantly began to race, and his body heated up. "I don't think I've ever seen someone more pathetic. The great demon of the hidden mist on his deathbed, and that cursed bridge is still being built." Haku couldn't stop himself anymore. He quickly grabbed Gato's hand and squeezed it as tight as he could. Gato squealed in agony as Haku took some sunbon and pressed them to Gato's neck, drawing a tiny bit of blood. "Keep your filthy hands off of Zabuza, mongrel," Haku said. He held his grip for a few seconds longer, then released. Gato reeled back, shaking his hand rapidly, his face twisting in ugly rage. "How dare you raise your hand to me, Mutz?" Haku said. "I'm the reason you've been able to hide for so long. If it wasn't for my connections, you would have already been captured or killed by the Mist Task Force." "You're such a saint," Haku said. Gato's men came closer, but Gato waved his hand at them, and they backed off. "Smart. He knows better. He talks big, but deep down he's aware that the truth is every one of them would die in a flash if they overstepped their bounds." Haku supposed there were times he couldn't control his greed and spite. But even he couldn't be stupid enough to think those pile of trash he surrounds himself with could take out one of them individually, let alone both of them together. Even an injured Zabuza would be enough. "Just watch your back," Gato said as he turned around. "And next time make sure the bridge builder dies." "Oh, he will," Zabuza said. His body trembled as he sat up. Haku raised his hands for a second, but then lowered them, realizing that when he got like this, there was no stopping him. "Next time we meet, I will be the victor," he said, hoisting up his sword and pointing it at Gato. "And this blade will be the last thing he or his protectors will ever see."